Council meeting for May 27th, 2025. We have a full council tonight. I think Katie's just running a few minutes late, so she should be here within, oh, there he is. There's Katie, okay. All right, so we have a full council here tonight. Councilman Hicks, will you lead us in the invocation?
Absolutely, Mayor, thank you. Dear Heavenly Father, thank you for today. Thank you for the much-needed rain that we received overnight. We just thank those individuals that are here tonight to be recognized for their duty as entering into the military. May you protect them, a hedge of protection over them as they go and they enter a new challenge and a new life. We ask that you protect and watch over our first responders.
Graduates that are joining the military. And here's how we're going to do this. I'm going to read the proclamation, and then I'm going to read off each name. So when you hear your name called, come on up to this area right here between the podium and the dais. And then we will, and Councilman Hicks will give you your coin, your challenge coin. And Councilwoman Sanchez-Stevens will help coordinate this activity. And also Councilman Jeff McLaughlin will assist as well through this process. And so once we're all done, we're going to take a group picture together. And so let's go ahead and get started. First command, is the first command? Okay, go ahead and come on up. If you don't mind, just hang out near the podium. And I understand you have something for these fine young men and women as well. So thank you very much for coming out. All right, without further ado, I'll read the proclamation by the mayor of the city of Cibolo, Texas. Whereas the mayor and the city council of the city of Cibolo, Texas honors and salutes the graduating seniors of the class of 2025 that have enlisted in the Army, Navy, Marines, Air Force, Coast Guard, Space Force, and whereas the young men and women of this graduating class had many choices upon graduating from high school, and whereas many of the graduating class and friends have chosen to either pursue college or immediate employment, and whereas when these graduating seniors' time came to make a life-changing decision about what to do with their career, they chose the military, the red, white, and blue. And whereas we realize that the parents, grandparents, and friends are proud of their son, daughter, grandson, granddaughter, or friend, and whereas we as the city of Cibolo, the city of choice, are proud of these young men and women now that they have chosen to serve and defend this great country of ours. Now therefore, I, Mark Allen, Mayor of Cibolo, Texas, on behalf of the Cibolo City Council, staff, and all citizens, do hereby proudly commend these graduating seniors of Cibolo for their commitment to serve their country, and to add a special thanks to the parents that have given their support to their son or daughter in their chosen career. I urge all citizens to be grateful for these graduates' service to our country. And so when you hear your name, just go ahead and come on up. The first name is Andrea Hayes. Norman. Yeah, I'll say it next. Okay, next one is Bentley Cisneros of the United States Navy. Next up is Allison Ripley of the Navy. Next up is Anthony Perkins for the Marine Corps. Angel Martinez Leon, Marine Corps. Matthew Polanco, Marine Corps. Dallas Riddings, Army. Fayantola Marisea, U.S. Army National Guard. Nathan Niles, U.S. Army National Guard. Okay, we're going to snap a quick picture with all of these fine young men and women with the council. So if you could come on over here to the dais, if you don't mind, and just line up right here in front of the dais, and we'll take a picture with all of us. And then after that, I'm going to ask for the parents to come on down as well. That's Nathan Aldrich, Army National Guard. And we have one more. What's your name? McLaughlin. Which branch?
Army National Guard.
Army National Guard. Welcome. Hey, please stick around real quick. We have a quick announcement.
Hello, good afternoon. My name is Araceli Hernandez. I'm here with my partner, Javier Nunez. We're with First Command, and I just wanted to give a brief introduction to who we are and why we're here. We first want to say thank you to the recruits. Thank you so much for your service. We're so honored to celebrate you this evening and be a part of this. We actually do financial planning for the military and DoD and civilians, but we mainly focus on the military because it's so important. We know that you're trying to grow professionally, but we also know how important it is to grow personally, and that comes with budgeting, investing, and taking care of what's most important to you. That's all I wanted to say. Thank you so much, and we'll continue on with the meeting.
Thank you. Yeah, the city of Cibolo is so proud of each and every one of you. Thank you very much for making this decision. You have all types of decisions you could make, to go out there and go to college or to jump into the workforce. but you have made the decision to defend our country, which is an extremely admirable decision. And so college will always be there. You can always get the GI Bill and be able to go to college later. But to serve your country before you move on with your career is an admirable achievement, endeavor. So thank you on behalf of the city of Cibolo. Thank you very much.
Mayor, can I say something?
Okay. You want to say something? Go ahead, Joel.
Thank you, Mayor. I want to thank each and every one of y'all, Ms. Roundtree, for getting the word out. Thank y'all for joining. I didn't get any recognition. I went to Judson. My son went to Steele. Daughter went to Clemens. But I didn't get any recognition going in straight out of high school, so I thought it was important that we recognize y'all on behalf of this community. I mean, we are known as Military City USA, so thank y'all, each and every one of y'all, for raising that hand and taking that oath. We appreciate it. Thank you, Mayor.
All right, the next section on our agenda is the citizens to be heard. This is the only time during the city council meeting that a citizen can address the city council. It is an opportunity for visitors and guests to address the city council on any issue, to include agenda items. All visitors wishing to speak must fill out the sign-in roster prior to the start of the meeting. The city council may not deliberate any non-agenda issue, nor may any action be taken on any non-agenda issue at this time. However, the City Council may present any factual response to items brought up by citizens. Attorney General Opinion, JC 0169. Limit of 3 minutes each. All remarks shall be addressed to the council as a body. Remarks may also be addressed to any individual member of the council, so long as the remarks are about matters of local public concern and not disruptive to the meeting or threatening to the member or any attendee, including city staff. Any person violating this policy may be requested to leave the meeting, but no person may be requested to leave or forced to leave the meeting because of the viewpoint expressed. This meeting is live streamed. If anyone would like to make comments on any matter regarding the city of Cibolo or on an agenda item and have this item read at this meeting, please email citysecretary@cibolotx.gov or call 210-566-6111 before 5 p.m. the date of the meeting. We have 2 people that have signed up to speak. We have, let's see, it's, I think, I'm not doing a very good job of reading this. Okay, come on up. Is it Kevin Rayner? Thank you, Kevin. Welcome, sir.
Thank you. First of all, I want to thank the mayor, city council. Okay. Anyways, again, the mayor and city council. I left here 5 years ago. I went to Florida to help my mom. She passed away a month ago, 94. And I came back in December because my daughter had graduated with her master's at UTSA. Well, anyways, I wrote the dean down there because they didn't have the American flag when I got back to Florida, and they played the national anthem. I was so pissed being a vet. So anyways, I tried to go to Pennsylvania, South Carolina, North Carolina, and a whole bunch of other places, but the only place I could think of to call home was Cibolo. I used to live in Buffalo Crossing, and I'm not going by this list, but anyways, there was 3 people I followed for the last 5 years, 3 groups: the police, the fire department, and Steel Knights. Only 2 of them, I wrote comments to the police department and the fire department, and I always put my name, Kevin from Florida. So, but the other thing is, I couldn't believe how big this city grew. Amazing, HEB on the corner. That's my New York accent. Anyway, so then, and then I noticed there's a whole bunch of other restaurants, Whataburger and the hamburger place. I forget the name, PT or whatever it's called. Yeah, so 21 and a half years ago, I got out of the military, well, it's been 30 now, but I ended up with Parkinson, and I'm in stage 4 now. And in April, I like to do an event for Parkinson awareness. That's the month for Parkinson. And I just need some volunteers or somebody to help me organize an event. I would appreciate it. And we do it for Parkinson Foundation. So any volunteers can help, I would appreciate it. And I want to thank all this is the last thing I want to say. I got 27 seconds. I want to thank all the city employees and the new police chief, the old police chief, new faces, and the old faces up here. I'm going to miss Peggy when she retired, and I asked the police chief, put her in jail for she can't retire. But you did an excellent job. I'm going to miss you, and I love you. Thank you.
Thank you, Kevin.
One other thing. I got 5 seconds. I left Florida because of hurricanes. I wasn't a watcher. I was a runner.
Hey, Kevin, stick around a second. Donetta has a question for you. Okay. Hey, well, good to see you back. I do remember you back in 2018. I used to see you coming to all the events with the Coffee with the Cop and all the events. I know you were a huge supporter of CPD, and so it's good to see you again. I know it's been a few years, and I understand, I guess you've been in Florida this whole time. Now it makes sense. But Donetta, I wanted to say a few things.
You mentioned that you lived in Buffalo Crossing. Are you Santa?
I'm hard.
Were you the Santa Claus in Buffalo Crossing?
Yes, you would.
Okay, I need to get.
289 kids the last time. I gave them all a present.
And they actually still ask for you all the time. So I'm glad to see you're back.
Thank you.
Welcome back. Thanks, Kevin. Okay, we have one more item read by Ben Hicks. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor. Dear council member, this is from Mr. T.G. Benson. Dear council members, I am writing with several questions regarding agenda item 9F on tonight's agenda, which concerns master services agreements tied to the Economic Development Corporation. For transparency and clarity, I respectfully request responses to the following. 1, use case clarification. Could you please provide examples of the types of on-call economic development projects that would necessarily hiring external contractors under this agreement? 2, financial scope. Is the stated amount $75,000 the total budgeted allocated over 5 years, i.e. $15,000 per year, or does the agreement permit spending up to $75,000 annually, potentially totaling $375,000 or more over 5 years? Engagement criteria. Given the on-call nature of these services, who within the city or EDC will determine when a contractor would be engaged? Is there a formal matrix or criteria in place to differentiate when a task should be handled by staff versus the outside contractor? Approval process. If city staff are authorized to initiate contractor agreement, does the decision require view or approval by the EDC board or the city council? 5, staffing strategy. In light of any current staffing shortages in the EDC, has the council considered reallocating funding, for example, by defunding the Planning and Zoning Economic Development Director position in order to hire additional EDC-focused professionals? 6, contract oversight. Who will be responsible for oversight and management of these master services agreements? Will it fall under the City Council, EDC, or another administrative body? I appreciate your attention to these questions and look forward to a timely response. Thank you for your service to our community. Sincerely, T.G. Benson, Cibolo Place 1 resident.
Thank you, Joel. We'll talk about that when we get to 9F. No reason to address anything now, so we'll just do that in line. Or was it 9F? I think it was F. Okay. All right. Next up is item 7, consent agenda. All items listed below are considered to be routine and non-controversial by the council and will be approved by one motion. There will be no separate discussion of these items unless a council member requests, in which case the item will be removed from the consent agenda. Item A, approval of the minutes from the council meeting held on the 13th. B, approval of the March 25 revenue and expense report, pending final acceptance of the city's financial audit for the 24-25 fiscal. C, approval of the March 2025 check register. D, approval of the quarterly investment report ending March 31st, 2025. And E, approval of a replat of Turning Stone Unit C10. And F, approval of the preliminary plat of Grace Valley Ranch Phase 4A. Do we have any concerns about these items? If so, pull them out. If not, can I get a motion?
C, please.
Okay, so you want to pull C, Joel? Okay, the check register. You want to make a motion for the rest?
I'll make a motion to approve consent agenda 7A, B, D, E, and F.
Got a motion by Councilman Hicks, second by Councilman Mahoney. Please vote. Automatically or electronically, I mean. Motion carries 7-0. And then you want to address your concerns with C, Joel? Check register?
Not this time. I'll get with proper. I don't think you want to address tonight.
Okay. All right, next up is A, staff update. Mr. Reed.
Good evening, Mayor, members.
So moved. Do we have a second? I'll second it. Okay, we have a motion by Councilman Mahoney, a second by Councilwoman Donetta Roberts. Please, we're going to do another electronic or do a voice vote on this one? Voice vote? Okay, so we'll start with Hicks. Motion carries 6-1. All right, Mr. Reed, you have the floor for the staff update.
All right, thank you, Mayor. So under the capital improvement program and actually just city events, the Cibolo Summer Nights Event Kids Fishing Tournament is June 6th. This is just a friendly reminder. Of course, starting at 6:30, family-friendly activities, of course, at every Cibolo Summer Night event. We have over 70 vendors registered, and we invite all of you to attend and just see how well this one goes. Moving on, I'm going to highlight any new changes since 2 weeks ago. I have this ready to send to you in an email so you get everything. Under the FY25 Street Rehabilitation Package 2, you've seen progress on Deer Creek Boulevard. They continue to replace curb and gutter and prep areas for new ADA ramps, so that project is ongoing. The trailhead parking lot at HEB is 100% complete. The final walkthrough was completed. Punch list is being completed. The Deer Creek drainage improvement is 95% complete. The project is substantially done and site restoration work is underway. That's the remaining portion. Moving on to City Council Budget Workshop Topics number 1. So at the high level, we want to set the stage for the FY26 budget. So what we want to do is start with the FY25 budget. Where the money goes in our budget, particularly the general fund, and all of you are familiar with the dollar bill graphic, so we're starting at that level. But then we're going to dive into actual revenues in FY25 and expenses to date. We'll move from that to forecasting our revenue for FY26 and the revenues and base budget expenses. So our revenues are always under progress because we're 2 months in the rears on sales tax notice from the state. So when we're meeting in June, the most recent one we'll have is probably April, but will probably be in March actually, because it's too early in June for the April one. And so we'll give you an update of what it looks like the trend line is for sales tax, and we'll have preliminary property tax revenue but only preliminary because we've not yet received the final certified tax roll. And then we're going to talk about headwinds. So what are the challenges that we're looking at to go into FY26? And these headwinds are really those mandatory things that we talked about in the last budget cycles. Before we can do anything in a new budget cycle, what are the headwinds that we have to address? So some of those items include looking at the market adjustments for police and fire, how those will be hitting us for the full year in FY26. Looking at how overtime is working in police and fire. We'll also talk about ILA increases related, which you'll have on the June 10th council meeting, but the SHIRTS EMS ILA and SHIRTS going to its multiple partners for the emergency medical services and what they're asking its partners to do in this new budget year. We'll continue to give you an update on the SRO ILA. So in the ILA, Section 5.6 says that the city has to calculate the annual compensation changes. And so right now, Chief Andres is working with our finance director, our human resources director, to understand what the ask should be for compensation changes for FY26 to the school district. The day after our budget workshop, we will send to them the notice of the compensation changes. So we want to describe all that to council so that you understand how we're managing that ILA. Any other ILAs updates we'll also have. We want to talk about the SAFER grant. SAFER grant is the application for fire positions, right? Firefighters. That grant cycle opened late. It did open recently, and it closes the first part of July. So Chief Troncoso is working closely with our consultant, our grant writer, to submit a very strong application, one that ups it over the last year so that we can continue to put ourselves in the best position. So we want to give you an update on the SAFER grant. And the ARPA funds. We allocated every penny of ARPA, and I want council to have confidence that every project that we allocated the $7.7 million to or expenses that we've accounted for those, and we are continuing to account for those. And then we also want to revisit the 5-year CIP. In fact, tonight during the presentation on item 9N, that's the summary of your strategic management workshop. One of those elements, products, was your draft 5-year CIP for parks and for everything else. So we're hoping that the council CIP subcommittee can meet between now and June 17th, and that when we go into the budget workshop, that there's more clarity around the new 5-year CIP. Remember, this is the first year we're not catching up on projects that were committed by the city many years ago. This is your first year to add new projects while also keeping an eye on the future with future wastewater projects that will also be funding. And I'm not talking about a wastewater treatment plant. That's a separate funding source. That's the utility fund. So that's a high level. I'm going to put that in my email to you, but I'm going to separate that so that the subject of that email is the City Council Budget Workshop #1, major topics. So again, all of that sets the stage. It tells you where we are in FY25 year to date. It forecasts the revenues and expenses that we see coming for FY26. And then it looks at the headwinds that we have, some of those that I mentioned. And we also will give you an update on where we are in the market adjustment for the some 70 positions that weren't moved to market last year.
Thank you, Mr.
Any
Reed.
comments? Okay, thank
No
you very
comments.
much.
Thanks, Mr. Reed. Good job. Next up, we have 9A, discussion, action, and presentation on the proposed acquisition and renovation of 216 East College Street for Guadalupe Appraisal District. Mr. Snaden, there you are. How you doing?
Good, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, council. I appreciate it. Let me see here. I know that there was a. Oh, did you? Oh, well, this one I'll actually have the slide presentation for us. I was going off of memory earlier. Let's see. I'm gonna put my glasses on, guys. Apologies.
So basically, you're updating an old building. Was it a schoolhouse that it used to be?
Yeah, built in 1914. Oh, sorry. let me get back here, sorry, this thing is jumping on me all of a sudden. Yeah, initially, we started this about a year ago. I brought it to the attention of my board of directors that, I felt that, we weren't able to, sorry, it's gonna run, I guess, so that's great. We started this, here you can see some images real quick from last year of what created me to speak with the board about this here. And I don't know if this goes back. Do we have anybody that works this here? Sorry, guys.
Mr. Reed, can you let Mr. Tracy?
It's kind of taken off on me all of a sudden. Is there a way to go backwards? Oh, excellent. Thank you, sir. But until then-
It's on presentation, it's on a loop, is that what's going on?
guess so,
Okay.
yeah.
All right, where's Tracy? Is he here?
Oh, sorry.
Can I
Okay.
get this?
Yeah, absolutely.
We always have a backup, and let's see if the backup is gonna help. So right over here are backwards and forwards.
Oh, okay, awesome.
Now, let's use that and see. I don't know where you need to be. See if that controls it better.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you, sir. All right. There we go. Okay. Anyhow, so as I was saying, sir, we started about a year ago and then began looking at remedies for the fact that we've reached the end of our capacity on functional utility of this. Originally built in 1980s, originally it was about 5,000 square feet. They did add on right before I came in 2008, a back portion. That's been worked well for us for the last 17 years, but at this point in time, as we go through, you'll see that we've reached capacity and we started looking for some remedies on moving forward to hopefully address current issues, but as well as, take into consideration the future as well. All right, so as we do more than appraising. Obviously, everybody knows they get their notice from us typically in the spring, but we do 87,000 active exemptions, over 90,000 taxpayer records that we have to maintain for ownership purposes. Obviously, the constant change of our map tool for the public with all the new neighborhoods and everything else that are coming in annually. And then this is the one that really triggered us looking into this was, we're averaging 24,000 accounts annually now in appeals. While we've been able to meet that, by running 2 panels, we ended up having to run 2 panels. It's getting to the point where we're not going to be able to maintain timely certifications if we don't. It really comes down to a numbers game. The state gives us until July 25th to get through 95% of the value that was in appeal. So this is what kind of started this whole project this past year. And we do serve now 32 taxing entities. This is the aerial from 2008. That's when they just finished off the extension. And there is the current in 2025. And you see we just added the parking lot there. Let's see. And that was mainly because of the security, or excuse me, the safety issues with the people coming in and out off of 123 there. So the major concerns that we're having, challenges, obviously, this is during the appeal season, obviously extended wait lines, very small lobby. ADA visitors have some issues with accessibility that we wanted to address. Here, obviously, is the in and out of our parking lot off of the major 123, and these will cycle through here. This is some pictures of our interior. We've reused as much as we can. We'll get to a point here where you'll see some closets that I actually repurposed. This is the main one. Let me stop here because my staff makes sure they let me know. We have 4 individual occupancy restrooms for 40-plus individuals full-time, as well as when the public are in there. So it can get pretty long lines, cause some issues there. IT, we got over 200 devices right now, but our IT staff is working within a single guy working in there to work on that in 200 square feet, as well as the server. Anything under 1,000 units to save taxpayer funds, we'll do the mailing ourselves, but you can kind of see it's just a very small room. Insufficient break room. This is something that really causes an issue in the sense that during the ARB, when they're going in the ARB, they'll utilize this as well. So my staff will actually work in their, they'll take their break in their cars, because if there's any conversation between us, it's a Class C misdemeanor, if something comes up. The ARB will talk, but as long they're welcome to, it's just more so we don't want to be anywhere near them. And then some restricted walkways. These are the repurposing. Obviously, the supervisor offices we turned into dual occupancies for workstations. These are those storage closets that we went ahead and repurposed. Administrative overflow, we got people in the hallway as well where needed. When we're trying to hold some organizational wide discussions, you can kind of see here when we try to fit everybody into that one room there, it gets pretty close to one another. We lost our public research room for that second panel. In 2020, I think it was 2023, was the first year we didn't actually certify timely. It was our first year of those 24,000 appeals or so. So what we did is we repurposed, we said, all right, we're gonna have to run 2 panels at this point, and this is what happens as you grow, a growing county like this on the outskirts of a major metro. We're gonna start seeing the need to increase that. We can also have single panels. There's a lot of options that the state provides taxpayers, single panel members as well as the full board and things of that nature. So having the flexibility with space to be able to accommodate that will help us in ensuring that we meet those timely certification dates. So here's what we came up with. We initially started last year, we looked at, obviously the surging numbers, but we looked at 2 options that were on site, essentially, purchasing some land from the owners behind us and then putting an 8,000 square foot addition or a second addition that was gonna be the 2 stories. 4,000, similar 8,000, but the top would have been like white boxed out, nothing for future needs. The surging numbers, obviously, in this last 15, 17-year period, we've come in, at about 200,000. My thought was obviously here, it's geometry, it's not going to stop. Anybody that has looked at this understands that, being right on one of those lines there, and you can see it even on the highway now. You see them coming. I drive from Cibolo as well, going to Seguin each day, and the state's preparing for it. So let's see here. So the growing needs, obviously, we're thinking projection-wise, we're going to be at about 280 by 2045, and with that, that's kind of what our bracketed strategic planning was from 2025 to 2045. To provide us what we need during that period. So we're focusing on the facility space, technology, staffing, of course, back there. Public services, which is another big aspect for what we do, and then training, which is we don't have any training rooms, and we have all this great IT options that remote to appeal. You can actually do a lot of the typical ownership, change requests, address change. A lot of that can be done online. Until people understand how to use it, though, they don't feel comfortable with it. A lot of them, they come in, they're like, I didn't even look at it. So being able to hopefully have an public outreach, if this is approved, we can actually quarterly have people come in with these training rooms that are going to be available and go ahead and go through it all with them. So hopefully they feel a little bit more comfortable with it and they'll utilize it in the future. So as a Tier 1 appraisal district, which is based off of 120,000 or more population, which we are in. So we're very much similar to Bear or Tarrant or all these major metros, same oversight requirements we have as they do. So we were focusing on these 4 areas. The main one, obviously, again, being those taxpayer remedies, preparing for what we expect to be continually increasing on us. Here's the proposal, obviously, that we came up with out of the 3, and you'll see here this is a site plan of the proposed option there. It's a 4-acre, it's in the entire block off of Court Street, excuse me, not Court Street, College Street. And it was previously the Seguin ISD. I think it was originally possibly the high school, as I recall. And then, of course, they've reworked it more recently before it was sold to a developer. So the main thing here is we're trying to recapture a lot of these aspects that we don't have. So there's that training room I was talking about. The ARB can have their own space. We can have up to 4 panels, ARB panels, as well as some individual places for the single panel members if they need to. The taxpayer liaison who's on site whenever ARB is in session there to assist the taxpayers. The main level would be the public lobby. Obviously, we're going to try to recapture that mapping room that people can come and do some research in, as well as the self-service kiosks, and the staff will have their own break room as well. There is an elevator to the right there for ADA access. And then on the third floor would be primarily where all the staff will be, the appraisal staff, as well as HR and things of that nature. Again, multiple conference rooms to facilitate any meeting size that require, whether it be departmental or with the public. Staffing projections, we're expecting to need roughly 30 to 50% over this 20-year period. I'm looking at 5-year blocks, and I was looking at somewhere between 2 and 3 individuals that we would have to hire. And at this point in time, to meet the demand, of course, and at this time, we just don't have the space, workstations to fill those positions there. Taxpayer remedies, I'm projecting about 40,000 by 2045 if the weighted average continues. Requirements of the state is that initially, and this is what's kind of prolonging the appeal process, is, everybody gets an opportunity for an informal conference, which is great. Typically that's the most cost-effective way of handling it. So we try to do that. But of course, if we can't resolve that, then they go to the ARB, which is another period of time and things of that nature. So it can kind of drag on a little bit. I believe we're probably gonna have to go to like a lot of the other metros or the surrounding metros that have grown, is where you have your appeal, your informal day one, and if we can't resolve it, you go straight to the ARB that day, The space as well is something that you may have heard, I don't know, from your constituents is, a lot of people back before COVID, we actually had people come in, we could sit down with them and I think that helped our resolve rate. Our resolve rate's really gone down a little bit since COVID, when we just don't have the space to bring, everybody in like we had in the past, So that's something that we're gonna be able to restart, with this new project. And I think that would be beneficial for everybody. So here's the overall projected costs. The site acquisition there is just shy of 1.9. The architect that we had reviewed this with the engineers came up with an opinion of probable renovation costs for the 3 stories at just over 8.4 million, for a total of just shy of 10.3. Now, funding-wise, as an appraisal district, we can't issue bonds, we can't levy a tax or anything like that. We're funded by the taxing units that we serve. So of the 33 that we have, 28 are eligible to either approve or disapprove of this current presentation, this proposal. Overall, every entity, because everybody gets 1 vote, it's equitable, and relative to your levy, each entity would see a 16.3% increase for this project to their annual contribution to our budget at this time. The first payment installment, if approved, wouldn't be until 2027, so 2026 budget isn't an issue that you would have to give consideration for at this particular time if it is passed. So I have to get 21 of those 28 to approve it. Otherwise, it's it's a dead. You guys are, I think we're in about 5 or 6 now at this point in time where I've kind of had some presentations, but we're still quite a ways off there. Some cost mitigations projections I have. Obviously, one of the reasons that this was the best option was the fact that we can sell the current facility and use those funds to pay down the principal. As well as we can dedicate annual unspent budget funds. In my 5 years as chief with the district here, we've sent back on average $300,000 annually of unspent money as a 4th quarter credit. So we could actually dedicate those funds towards paying down the principal, whatever we're able to save during the year. And then, of course, we can any dedication of earned interest can go towards it as well. Conservatively, I did some numbers, and I was hoping to, somewhere between 3 and 4 years, we can knock off on the back end there with conservative projections. These were the alternates. Here it is again that we considered back in November, and this is, my board went ahead and when considering these 2 options as well as the 3rd option that we're presenting to you all, we felt that this was the best option for us for a number of reasons, obviously, other than just normal having some space to be able to, but future-wise too. Again, when they did the last one, it was very, this is what we need for today, and they weren't thinking, for it. I'd like to, at least that was my recommendation to my board, was to consider looking at the benefits of this project because of the fact that it gives the flexibility to those that are in my position or yours later on when the time comes to meet the demands of the county as we near the end of the 20-year period that we're discussing here. Some of these figures here obviously didn't include the land purchase behind us, as well as some of the additional items that we would need, you know, to give you a full total. But they were all viewed in the same window as these here, and that's where we came up with that option to move forward with back in November. My final thoughts, obviously, you know, I think of a pie puzzle here. Obviously, you know, my job as the chief here is to make sure that we're able to meet your requirements, you know, in getting you an appraisal roll in a timely fashion. We haven't ever failed at least a property value study from 2008 to present, which is great. And that's really a culture that kind of started with my predecessor, Miss Jamie Osborne. You know, she was a very much taxpayer first mentality, and we've carried that on. Leadership-wise, you know, we've got, on average, 22 years within the executive management, so we have a lot of continuity, a lot of trust in the staff. We implemented a grade and step system in 2025. My board of directors authorized the commissioning of a compensation study. We found that we were below market levels, and we went ahead. I developed a grade step that we could implement, and so now we can actually look forward with that, knowing exactly, you know, one of the highest ticket items, obviously, in most budgets is going to be payroll. We're going to be able to manage that, you know, moving forward, and you can look forward multiple years. And then the facility, this is my pitch here, is that, you know, I think if we check box this, you know, it puts the district in a great position to serve the entities in a growing county that I don't expect to stop, you know, looking at the figures over these last year as I've been preparing for this. I think that if we can get this proposal passed and built and ready to go, I think everybody will be in great shape.
Thank you, Peter.
You got it. And then
You know, I think that this is a really conservative approach to expanding office space without breaking the bank. You know, I look at these other counties like McKinney and, you know, other ones up in North Texas, and I don't think they would bat an eye to spend $100 million, you know, or more on something. And I think this is a good approach to go and look at reusing an old building. You know, I think it's very conservative, so I do appreciate it.
Yeah.
What
It
you're
was
coming.
one of the points of the board members as well, is that they thought the local community, because they changed the zoning in October from public use to neighborhood commercial. And, you know, obviously they had some headwinds from those surrounding individuals that live there. So going back to a public use, another 8 to 5 type time frame, I think
Yeah.
that would be something that they would appreciate as well.
Absolutely. Councilman Hicks, go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor. I remember y'all coming and pitching to us last year, and I know that we as council had polled and told y'all, yeah, you need to look at expanding. So what was the time frame? I mean, about when did y'all decide that, hey, why do we not just expand? Let's just purchase another. When did that come about?
Right, and that was in the fall, because initially I wasn't even looking. People had mentioned this property, you know, but I said in 1914, I don't want to get involved. I didn't think it had really had much done to it, you know. I thought it was really just you know, but I went inside. They have full fire sprinkler systems. A lot of the updating had been done for that type of stuff. That's a huge cost, obviously.
Right.
So the fact that was there, you know, just the condition of the gymnasium as well, because the thought being, as you get near the end of this 20-year period and you need more space for the ARB as well as workstations for staff that you may have to add, you can take the ARB into the gymnasium and then backfill, you know, that bottom level. So it gives you, this was, you know, once I saw the inside and I said, okay, well, this is manageable. I think this is something.
I remember that, you know, y'all were looking at, y'all needed to purchase the property around the current one. So in this one, you're gonna just purchase another property. What's the time frame for your renovation of this building?
Yes, sir. Well, once I get to if I get to the 21, then we can close on the acquisition. That we have a deadline on that in October, is when the end of the feasibility period that we have in escrow currently would end. And then we expect to start right away with the renovations. Ideally, I've asked the architect if we can get into it prior to the 2027 appeals.
So you think that they can do the renovations within a year to?
Ideally, you know, of course, there's always, you know, things that could come up, but Ms. Dockery is the one I've spoken with.
No, I
She's-
understand,
yeah.
but, you know, you've got the bureaucrats that that you got
Yeah,
to deal
I
with.
know. I just keep going.
I understand.
It takes a while, so if you can get them started sooner, the better. Because we renovated an old schoolhouse over here for offices. And Joel, what did that take? Like 4 years?
At least.
Really?
Okay.
But we didn't have an elevator at the time. We were debating on, we put in one that you sit there and pull yourself. No. Several different
Borrow
elevators.
one.
I mean, it took a little while for us to finally, but it's one of those that we finally got done, but it took some time to get it done.
And I don't know if, because this one was being used as recent as like 2021, you know,
Right.
for adult education learning and stuff that.
No, I knew it was being used at one time.
Yeah, so I'm hoping that maybe that'll alleviate some of the delay.
One last thing,
Yes, sir.
in expanding, because I know that we have a work from home program. I'm not for it, but
Yeah,
we have it.
We've tried that. We tried that initially during the COVID aspect, but, you know, we just felt like we weren't getting the benefit of, you know,
Okay,
so we brought everybody back, yeah.
I appreciate it. Thank you, sir.
You got it.
And Peter, I know this is really needed. I've been over to the existing office. I went over there to do an appeal, you know, in person years ago, and that it was busting at the seams. You know, during that time of year, we had people, you know, lined up and you know, bleeding out of the room there into the hallways
Yeah,
and
we have
out
tents.
the front
We put
door.
tents out there right around the 15th of May
Yeah.
when the deadline comes because of the
It was crazy. So it's definitely needed. Katie?
Yes, so when we renovated our schoolhouse, which is a lot smaller than this one, there were a lot of costs that we did not anticipate, and the price for renovating ended up being more than what we had originally thought. If this goes over budget, where does money come from? Do you have a contingency plan for that?
You know, honestly, I mean, if there's. Yeah.
Right, they plan on selling it, but it's still a
I mean, my thought would
16%
be
increase. I don't want to get 5 years
Right.
into the project, it's still not done, and then we could ask for another increase to finish it. Well, I mean,
Well, to your point, though, I would, I'm gonna do everything to keep it, but I would have to bring it to my board of directors first to kind of get approval from them that, you know, if we're gonna go over budget on this aspect. Ms. Darkry's kind of indicated, she's put a decent amount of, you know, contingency figures in there, that I'm hoping would cover. Yeah,
well, just with old buildings, anything before 1978, you have to worry about lead, you have to worry about asbestos in a building that old. There's a lot of things that you could potentially run into that you may not anticipate. It could have been tested already and you find it because the wall crumbles apart or whatever. So when you work with old buildings, I'm really happy that you're renovating an older building, that it will have new life and it's beautiful. But I do get concerned when it is on taxpayers and we're already
no doubt.
looking at a 16% increase on what the city has to contribute if we're asked for more later on down the road, because this is just one department in the county. We could have many other departments come to us and ask for bigger buildings because we know the county is growing. There's a need for more space. And you're just one of several departments that could potentially be coming through our doors in the next few years asking for money for a bigger space. So that's my only concern, would be that it exceeds what is anticipated, just because old buildings always do.
Anyone else have any commentary? What do you need from us? Just the vote to approve it? Okay. Do we have
Make
a
a motion to approve the proposed acquisition and renovation of 216 East College Street for Guadalupe Appraisal District from the city of Cibolo, y'all's resolution. That's what you're looking for, a resolution, correct?
Yes, sir.
For us to approve your resolution. Yep.
Okay, we got a motion on the floor. Can we get a second? I got a motion by Councilman Hicks, second by Councilman Mahoney. We will vote on our screens on this one.
And while we're waiting for that.
Yes, sir.
You'd mentioned that they've got to get, or you have got to get
7-0, you're approved.
21, yes, sir.
21, that includes the different school districts in Guadalupe County, that
MUDs.
includes the different cities, the different
Yes,
PUDs,
sir. All of them, yeah.
MUDs.
And regardless if they choose not, like I had the city of Santa Clara and they didn't vote on it, so essentially it's a no. regardless if somebody votes no or doesn't. If it gets passed, everybody's going to be required.
What about the entity for the Lake Placid?
Dunlap actually passed it
Or
today.
Dunlap?
Yeah,
Okay, they did.
Dunlap, I got Placid and McQueenie coming up, and Meadow Lake as well.
Okay.
Yeah, I figure we're probably the long pole in the tent on this project. 'Cause I think, as far as I know, Cibolo is the most populous city in
Yeah.
Guadalupe County. I know Schertz has more people, but they also have a bit of Barrett County.
Yeah, no, I think with the passage here, I think I think 5 of the top 6 I've discussed and have passed it at this point.
Yep.
Allocation. Good luck. I appreciate
Yep.
y'all. Thank you
All
very
right,
much for
thanks,
the support.
Peter. Have a good one.
Likewise.
All right, next up is 9B, discussion presentation on the FY25 Strategic Partnership Grant Program and Applications. Brian Huggins, welcome, sir.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. So tonight we're going to talk about the FY25 Strategic Partnership Grant Program. Quick background, last year, FY24 was the first year that we did the Strategic Partnership Grant Program. Council had historically received requests throughout the year for funding for different organizations and projects. And so we said, hey, let's put an application process in place and have everybody apply at the same time. And that gives y'all the opportunity to really look at all of them, make informed decisions on, which organizations to support and how much. So last year, you had 4 applications received, and you had $10,000 to disperse. And you sat and looked at the applications and decided who to give what money to. This year, you have a much bigger challenge. You have 14 applications, and we only increased the funding by $2,000, so you have $12,000 this year. And the total for the requests is over $75,000. So you're going to have your work cut out for you this year to look at these applications and decide who to provide funding to and how much for each one. You have some really great applicants, a lot of good entities looking to help the citizens of Cibolo. But you got your work cut out for you. And so I sent these preemptively last week to y'all to kind of get a head start on. Tonight, we're just kind of bringing them to the forefront and saying this is what you got to look at, to consider. And I just needed some feedback from y'all for when you want to bring it back and pronounce your winners, if you will, and how much you're going to do the funding for. I did give you a matrix with this small spreadsheet with the different applicants and the amounts to kind of help you keep it all tracked out and kind of keep you on track on what you want to appoint. But just looking for some feedback from y'all tonight to say, do you want to bring it back at the next council meeting? Do you want to bring it back at the end of June? It's really up to y'all. We did have the application process open for 2 months from the beginning of March to the end of April. I think probably helped contribute to the amount of increased applicants that we had this year, but kind of what we're here for tonight.
Well, since we just got this last Wednesday, Thursday.
Yes, sir.
And I've glanced through it, and I've noticed the amounts, and then noticed the different organizations. I personally would give us a month.
Okay.
Yeah, I agree, Joel, because I think with so many, it
I
makes
wanna
sense
really go
to
through-
ask questions of the applicant and find
Yes.
out how many people in Cibolo they're going to benefit with this money.
That's-
It's on the application.
It's on the application, but
Yeah, I know,
still
but
wanna-
actually reach out and talk to
I
them
wanna
and
talk to
find out
people.
some questions about it.
Absolutely, Mayor. So that's, I'm only one person. My thing is a month from
I
now.
totally understand. You have, like I said, you have your work cut out for you this year.
What about the rest of y'all? Do y'all think there's any rush to get this done in 2 weeks, or is a month good? The month, Randy? Jeff? Norma? Okay. All right, you want to make a motion, Joel, for a month?
Oh,
Okay. Oh, yeah.
Just
sorry.
direction.
Just direction.
Yeah,
I'll bring it
Bring it
back at the
back in
second
a
meeting in
month.
June.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
End of June. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you, Brian.
Thank you for the work.
Okay.
You made a lot
so
of work for us.
So for the next 2 items, we're going to go in executive session to get an update from our attorney before we vote on these. The city council will meet in executive session as authorized by the Texas Government Code, section 551.071, consultation with attorney, to discuss the following. 9C, discussion action to consider a request to release an 18-acre tract the Pedro San Miguel, survey number 256, generally located at 5711 Green Valley Road, known as Ortiz Track, from the city's extraterritorial jurisdiction, ETJ. And D, 9D, discussion action to consider a request to release a 44-acre tract and a 23-acre tract jointly 67 acres, F. Garcia, survey number 231, located at 953 Schmuckel Road. Schmuckel? Sure about that? Okay. Known as the Neal Tract, I'm sorry, from the City of Cibolo Extraterritorial Jurisdiction, ETJ. The time is now 9:33 p.m. We will break in executive session. 7:33 p.m. Thank you. the time is 7:57 PM. We're resuming from executive session. Councilman Hicks is going to make a motion on 9C, and then we'll proceed to 9D. Councilman?
I move to deny consideration a request to release an 18-acre tract due to the city's pending litigation concerning the state's law regarding release from the ETJ.
Got a motion by Councilman Hicks, second by Councilman Mahoney. Please vote on your screens. Motion carries 7-0. Councilman Hicks, please do 9D.
I move to deny the request to release 44-acre tract and 23-acre tract, jointly 67 acres, due to the city's pending litigation concerning the state's law regarding release from the ETJ.
Motion by Councilman Hicks, second by Councilman Mahoney. Please vote on your screens. Similarly, 7-0, denied. All right, we're going to move on to item 9E, discussion action and authorization for the city manager to execute a non-exclusive license agreement granting YM Cibolo LLC a license to construct a subdivision monument sign for the Bella Rosa subdivision Unit 3 in the city right-of-way. Rick Vasquez.
Monument sign. The agreement has a 10-year term with an automatic renewal if not terminated 6 months prior to the expiration. Consideration is included for maintenance of the sign and landscaping for the term of the license. It does require that landscaping be installed along the perimeter of the sign and along the north side of Cove Lane between Cibolo Valley Drive and Brook Shadow. The license does require that the HOA for the Bella Rosa development is obligated to provide for the maintenance and operation of the sign and the landscaping. And the city can require removal at any time the right-of-way is needed for a public purpose. And any maintenance work that is required on the sign that requires a building permit must be pulled prior to commencing the repairs. And all electrical fixtures must be maintained and in good, safe condition. And the licensee must indemnify the city with a general liability insurance policy for $1 million for property damage and $1 million for bodily injury. That staff recommendation is approval of the license.
Thank you, Rick. Any questions for Rick before he walks away?
I do. Mr. Vasquez, I was just reading on page 2 of the agreement and just had a quick question regarding to the term. I noticed that there was, it says that the agreement shall automatically renew unless terminated by either party in writing within 6 months prior to the renewal date. Is that something that's pretty standard on these agreements?
Yeah, as long as the other terms, the maintenance carries forward into the extension as well as the responsibility for the HOA, that's fairly common.
Okay.
Any other questions? Can I get a motion?
I make a motion to approve 9E.
Got a motion by Councilwoman Cunningham, second by Councilwoman Roberts. Please vote. Joel? Okay, motion carries 7-0. Thank you, Rick. Next up is 9F, discussion action on authorizing 4 master services agreements related to RFP 27-760-08, consultant to provide on-call economic development services. Clancy Harden.
Good evening, Mayor. Good evening, Council. What you all have before you are 4 master services agreements related to an RFP that was issued by the Cibolo Economic Development Corporation for on-call economic development services. A little bit of this background. The City of Cibolo Economic Development Corporation recently completed a strategic plan that was adopted. As part of that strategic plan, it has an implementation matrix. the board saw it fit to pursue an RFP to help facilitate the implementation of the strategic plan. The result of that was the RFP that was issued. We had 8 firms respond. They were graded in order, and upon grading, 4 firms rose to the top. They were interviewed, and the recommendation for the firms to be signed on with master service agreements was the Silvas Group, TXP, Smith Engineering Associates, and HTL Companies. A few things about the master services agreements. They're intended to work exactly like the master services agreements that the city currently has for engineering services. A work order would be issued by the board for specific projects. Upon issuance to the vendor, they will respond if the scope of work fits our needs and the costing, and then the Cibolo Economic Development Corporation would then approve the work order to fund the work. I'm happy to answer any questions related to it. The sample of the contracts is in there, and it spells out the exact process for payment and everything. And I'm happy to, I wrote down some notes related to the public comment if you would like me to address those as well.
And this will be paid for by the CEDC budget, not us, right?
Correct.
Okay.
These are paid through Type B funds, which funds the Cibolo Economic Development Corporation initiatives.
Okay, and it's my understanding that they have voted in the affirmative. They want this.
They voted
Okay.
unanimously to bring this recommendation to enter into these master services agreements at, I believe it was the April meeting.
Okay. All right. I'm going to open up the discussion, starting with Councilman McLaughlin. Everybody will have one opportunity to speak or ask questions, and then we'll take a vote. Jeff, you have anything?
Yes, sir. I'll just give you an opportunity to go ahead and respond to those public comments if you like.
Thank you. If I have my notes correctly, we were asked for cause of clarification for these. Each of these vendors have experience working for economic development corporations. For instance, the Silva Group specializes in market research, program development, asset development, business relations, and research related to real estate. TXP is a well-renowned organization. They specialize in economic impact and fiscal impact studies, small area plans, incentive policies, negotiations and tax increasement reinvestment zones. Smith Engineering is similar to the Silvas Group, but they also have engineering services. So for instance, if there's an economic development project that requires site plan or any sort of engineering, the CEDC has a bullpen to engage that organization to develop that with the work order tool. So that would cover the cause and clarification. We're asking about the funding. The intent is this is funded through Type B, Cibolo Economic Development Corporation funds. The budgeted line item is $75,000 annually. Each of these are on-call services. It would be agreed upon price, but the budget would not exceed what's approved by CEDC and approved by City Council in the budget. So if it exceeds that $75,000, it would have to trigger some sort of budget amendments, or they would just have to wait till the next, they have to scope back or wait till the next budget cycle or pursue a different avenue. Related to the engagement criteria, that's outlined in the contract. So as I stated, it would be on-call services. It would be through a work order, which is included in your contract, in your packet. It's similar to what we do with Coyer's Engineering and all the other MSAs we have. That would come from CEDC. It would be engaged by staff to develop the work order, submit it to the vendor, get the information back, come back to the Economic Development Corporation Board for approval to engage that work order. And then for approval, that would be through the CEDC via staff, bringing that forth to them via their request. And then oversight management would be the board of directors and staff as directed to oversee those funds and everything. I believe that covers all the questions. If I missed anything, please let me know.
We'll get you. Randy, do you have any questions? No. Thank you. Councilman Mahoney? Okay, I just wanted to make a couple statements. I know that it is important for economic development corporations to be able to have consultant services to be able to better position cities to compete for these economic development opportunities. I know that a lot of we're in competition with all the other cities throughout the state of Texas. And so if we limit our economic development corporation and take away their ability to best position Cibolo, in order to take advantage of these opportunities as they come along, then I think that we're just sitting still, or even worse, moving backwards. And so we have appointed a board of individuals that I believe we trust, and we trust their judgment, and we need to give them the tools and the freedom to be able to make decisions to better position our city to be able to compete in this market. Councilwoman Cunningham.
Yes. So I answered one of my own questions. I was going to ask about business retention, but I see in your scope of services that that is one of the items listed here. It also lists an ombudsman, which is something we talked about during our comprehensive planning, some of those sessions. So I'm happy to see that these firms do offer that service. That's not just something that we hope they're going to offer.
2 out of the 4 offer those services.
Fantastic.
Yes.
My second question is each contract for $75,000, or is that the total bucket?
That would be the total bucket
Okay.
that we could draw down on.
So each individual consultant would have their own contract that's up to X amount of money, and then y'all would monitor that cost.
Correct.
Okay, and then who approves the on-call? I know you said through a work order.
It would
Is
be-
that through the EDC? Would they
Correct.
approve
It
it?
would be through the EDC board to engage a work order with
Okay.
the consultant, and then staff would work on their behalf and bring it back for approval and to expend the funds.
Okay, my last question is about the scoring matrix. I see the cost and fees, and it's out of 10 points. One of them scored 0, one of them scored 10, in the ones that were recommended. What is the hourly rate difference for these? Because 0 seems kind of low.
One of them scored, the reason that particular vendor scored 0 is they gave us an hourly rate of $250. The other ones said that they could accomplish the work within the budget provided if, say, they were the sole contract. But each vendor understands that those would be on-call, a la carte, if you will, orders that total up to that budget line item.
Okay, so the range is up to $250 an hour. What's the lowest
For
hourly rate?
TXP, it was roughly $250 an hour, and then the other ones just bid saying they could do it within the allotted budget,
What was our allotted budget?
$75,000.
That doesn't really tell me what an hourly rate is. Like, I could do a lot of things in with $75,000, but if I'm splitting it 4 ways, obviously my hourly rate's gonna need to be different. I'm not just gonna flat bill.
And the intent wasn't to split this 4 ways, it's just how the
Right.
scoring worked out. My apology, I do not have the hourly rate for the other 3 vendors. I can inquire with that and come back with that.
Okay, that would be something I would definitely recommend putting in your contract.
Okay.
Otherwise, you're gonna end up with invoices. If they put in a bid and my bid is saying I can do it within $75,000 if I'm your sole person, but now I'm splitting it 4 ways, my hourly rate's gonna be different. We can't just assume that the 3 that said we can do it within 75,000, they're all gonna have the same hourly rate. Maybe one of them's $500, I don't know. I don't know what the consultant rate is, but that's something that I would put in here, and usually that's incorporated into the scope. In the payment terms is at an hourly rate of blah, blah, blah. Some consultants, in my experience, have a different hourly rate for different services. So in your scope, you have different categories. You have 5 different categories, and maybe they have a different hourly rate for each category, and that's fine, but that's something that should be in the contract so we don't get surprised by the invoices later on. Yes.
Okay, go ahead, Wayne Reed.
Yep. Mayor, Council, I think Ms. Cunningham has some really good questions. I want to reiterate the master service agreement, just like our on-call engineering, is an agreement which provides no guarantee of an assigned project, therefore no guarantee of payment, because until a specific assignment is allocated to a consultant, these master service agreements, I refer to them as horses in the stable. We have 6 for engineering, and we select which horse has the right skill set, the available staff, and can meet our timelines. As far as costs, because these are multi-year agreements, we will get those costs. So let's say that we're asking these consultants, not all 4, because not all 4 have the same expertise, but let's say some of them have expertise in small business retention, and the EDC wants to do some small business retention initiative. I'll just make this up, that Clancy would go to the 2 that are well qualified and said, here's our scope of work, we've worked this out with the EDC, what would be your cost proposal, hourly rate to get this done? We will acquire those hourly rates, but that might be 1 year from now, not just 2 months from now. So we do
Right.
get those hourly rates, and you're spot on, Ms. Cunningham. We have to know what that is. And
Yeah.
we would assign a max for that purchase order.
Okay, so yeah, so that's my biggest concern with this. I like that we have 4 to choose from. I like that they all have different background and experience. That helps us out considerably. That's great. I love that we have a max budget between the 4 of 75,000. I am a little hesitant to approve anything without knowing an hourly rate because that's what we'll be paying. And I understand, like, a bids come in, and if they're doing their best offer on, I will be your sole consultant, and here's what I can do it for, that makes sense that they would say we can do it within the budget. But if you're splitting it 4 ways, that hourly rate is something that we would need to see, or if it's gonna be a flat fee for a project, or whatever it may be. I doubt with this type of project it would be a flat fee, but that would be something that I think would be helpful, because even if the EDC is going to be approving the consultant or which consultant is selected, they're gonna need to know how much that is. Like, you have the horses in the stable, great, we have a ton of horses, but maybe one horse is gonna throw me off and break my neck, and the other one's nice and gentle and slow and can handle the fact that I don't do horses. I need to know that before I jump on one. So that's my only hesitation with this. Thank you.
Councilwoman Sanchez Stevens. Donetta Roberts.
I just am wondering, again, because kind of new to this whole scene, is there different events that the on-call people would be going to that you're not necessarily going to as our EDC director, our manager, or how are they going to best benefit you directly?
It would be at the direction of the Cibolo Economic Development Corporation Board of Directors on how to best utilize the master services agreements. For instance, Mr. Reed had mentioned business retention and expansion. On the flip side of that coin, if the board decided they wanted to engage one of these vendors to do business recruitment and attraction, they would go on behalf of the Cibolo Economic Development Corp. Presumably, maybe sometimes with staff, it just depends on what the board, how they see fit to execute a work order.
Thank you. That's what I was wondering, is kind of how would y'all work?
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Councilman Hicks.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm kind of with Mr. Cunningham on this. Need some definite numbers, because you get one person in there, who's going to be making the deciding factor as to, okay, we're going to do this retention plan, let's set the bar at 15,000. I would hope that y'all aren't going to set the bar at 75,000. They use up all 75,000 for that one project. I mean, we've got to know some numbers, because it just, go ahead, Mr.
So, Mayor and Council, I think that's another excellent question, Mr. Hicks. As we stand here today, though, the EDC is not defined a specific project. So let me jump over to our engineering side. When we ask our engineer to do a intersection traffic warrant analysis, the day that you approve those master service agreements for on-call engineering, we don't know what they're charging for that. But the day that council authorizes us to do so, we seek a purchase order. Well, we seek the scope of work from our engineer. We then attach a purchase order to it. And then we know what their rates are, because that engineer may have a different traffic engineer a year after that master service agreement is signed than he or she had the day it was signed. It will include the hourly rate. It will include a maximum not to exceed expenditure on that purchase order. And so, to your point, we would not allow a purchase order to go from 15,000 to 75,000, because we will define that tightly in that purchase order. And so, with economic development, it's just like the engineers would define what the EDC wants, and actually the EDC board defines what it wants. It's using its strategic plan for most of this work. Like, they have objectives that they want to achieve. They'll work with Clancy and Rick to say, we want to go after this initiative. These two gentlemen will prod the EDC board, what exactly do you mean? Once they have it clearly defined, they would hand it over to one of these economic development consultants, or two, because even though we ask for their scope of work and their hourly cost, we're not obligated to use them. And so if we have two of them, we'll look at the one that's the right fit. The board will make that decision, or direct Rick and Clancy to go with the one that they believe is best. That all being said, if council would like to see the current hourly rates for these firms and the positions that they have, we can bring this item back and show those hourly rates. My warning is this: these are multi-year contracts. If in 1 year those rates go up, when they do submit for a purchase order for a defined scope of work, the hourly rates may change. We would not expect them to change within a year. We would expect them to change year over year.
Katie?
Yeah, and if they did change and the amount was in the contract, you'd have to amend the contract to update the amounts that are in the contract and the scope. So that may be challenging. So I kind of understand that. My last comment is 3 of the contracts have this scope of work, and then 1 of them has this.
Yes, I'm glad you asked that, Ms. Cunningham. Part of the RFP was to submit what their organizations are capable of. So for instance, TXP, they don't specialize in BRE, they don't specialize in marketing or anything, they specialize in small plans, tax increasement, or TERS zones and the sort. So they did not submit on the other items, and part of the RFP gave the bidders flexibility to submit their scope of work or their proposals on what they can actually do and deliver on.
Okay. But the other 3 have the same
Yes,
scope?
yes.
And so.
Could you add some wording in the scope that just says, if you're picking which consultant to use and you know what their skills are, could they not all just have the same scope of work and you just pick who's the expert in those areas? I'm not understanding, I understand why they would have a different scope of work here, but it's just very different in the 2 to have 3 of the 4 have a very lengthy, detailed scope of work with a lot of variation. And this one just says TXP could assist on several scope of work items, including economic and fiscal impact analysis. There's 3 bullets. It looks unbalanced.
Yes.
That's my only thing on that.
Thank you, Katie. Any other questions for Clancy? Can I get a motion?
Well, I don't mind making a motion to approve. I make a motion to approve 9F.
Got a motion on the table by Councilwoman Cunningham, a second by Jeff McLaughlin. Please vote. Okay. All right. Motion carries 5-2. Thank you, Clancy.
Thank you.
All right. Next up is G, discussion action regarding the preliminary acceptance of public infrastructure for Bella Rosa Unit 3. Mr. Otto.
Good evening. So MEY Bella Rosa Incorporated is the owner of Bella Rosa Unit 3. The subdivision consists of 57 residential lots, 3 open space lots, and 1 drainage lot. There's 3,303 linear feet of water, 3,433 linear feet of sanitary sewer. There's a 2,899 linear feet of street. The total valuation of infrastructure being dedicated to the public is $1,570,761. We did do a punch walk on this several months ago, and right before the last council meeting on May 13th, I did go out and verify that all punch list items had been addressed. Therefore, I am recommending preliminary acceptance of Bella Rosa Unit 3 infrastructure.
So this does not include Cove Lane? I can't tell. Part of it, okay.
Yes.
I kind of see it at the top of the map, okay. So most of it.
The Legacy Traditional School had built a small portion of Cove Lane.
Yeah.
And then this subdivision built the connection from there to the pre-existing segment.
Is it open yet?
There's cars on it. It's not technically open because we haven't accepted it yet.
Okay. All right. So this action will, in effect, open it, right?
Yes.
Technically. Okay. All right. Can I get a motion? Got a motion on the floor by Councilman Jeff McLaughlin, second by Randy Roberts. Please vote.
Yes.
Okay. Motion carries 7-0.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Otto. All right, next up is H, discussion action on payment of a public notice board in front of City Hall. Mr. Reed.
Good evening, Mayor, members of City Council. This item right here was a request by City Council on May 13th. City Council discussed the donation of the public notice board that was constructed in front of City Hall and then passed a motion directing me, the city manager, to go back to D&D contractors and ask what remittance they would accept from the city for the bulletin board. In the background of the staff report, I highlight that I did send an email to the owner of D&D Contractors, Kelly Dickens, and I quoted the motion that council had. Following that, he did send an email that contained the full cost of the bulletin board, and that is shown on the first page, and that is $24,403.37. For background, I just want to, and have attached to this cover sheet, I attached the email from Mr. Dickens along with all the receipts. But for background, I also reminded council and attached to this my January 14th email to council about this donation agreement, that working with the city attorney, the Public Works Department, ensured that we had a donation agreement in place. I executed that with the owner of D&D Contractors. And also, I want to highlight the city has completed multiple requests for qualifications and interest to bid related to construction projects over the past year. I attached as attachment 5 to this the list of all of those. And I just conclude my staff report to say that staff is faithfully following our procurement policy and procedures manual, which council adopted the policy about a year ago. In there, that policy manual includes the ethics in public procurement. It also covers the standards and the process in chapters 3 and 4 for professional and consulting services, and chapter 4 addresses the construction services. With that, I'm just here to answer any questions. This is really a council discussion dialogue. Thank you.
Okay, on this one, I'm going to open up the discussion with Councilman Hicks and give everybody one opportunity before we, I don't know if we need a motion. Yeah, I guess we'll make a motion, but we'll start with Hicks.
Thank you, Mayor. I guess my whole, I know that we've got a procurement policy. I understand that. I just think that maybe we need to address and look at moving forward. Because, granted, this is a donation. It's just the perception of the jobs that we give out. Had they, I guess what I'm saying is, had they given us, okay, it's going to cost us $24,000, whatever it is, and change,
Yes, sir.
$24,403 for us to do that. However, we're going to donate it. I think that would have been a better way to have looked at that and approached it, because I know that we did have a bid of $20,000. So had we had, I mean, for example, if we had the bid of $20,000, we had a bid of $24,400, but they said, we're just going to donate this to y'all because we are Cibolo, you know, and I get it because that's, I know him. I mean,
Yes, sir.
I've met with Mr. Dickens multiple times. I just think that it would have been better for the city because it doesn't look right whenever we had RFP, RFQs go out for, you know, our roads, and then they come in and say, hey, we're going to donate $24,000 back to the city. That's one way I would look at changing that is give us your bid. If you're going to donate, that's fine, but give us what it's going to cost. It's where transparency is what I'm getting at, Mr. Reed. Transparency. You know, they saw that it was $24,000. This one's $20,000, but we're going to have to pay them. This is $24,000. They're going to donate it. That's my 2 cents. If we just more transparency, saying, okay, we'll take it, but give us your cost as to what it's going to be. Does that make sense?
Yes, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Donetta Roberts. Councilwoman Sanchez Stevens. We're going to have one opportunity, I think.
With this to tack what Councilman Hicks was saying, I do believe that our procurement processes were solid completely. This does not have any reflection to do on what staff was doing. It just so happens we were having an informal bid and then our, other bids. This is just really the optics of the timeframes of when the official opening of the proposals were conducted soon after the donation was, the agreement was signed, so forth. And this is just to make sure that we're not damaging any public trust or also partnerships. We want to protect those who we do business with just as well. And we definitely don't want to, also we want to respect and protect our procurement processes just as well. And just keeping this in mind as we go through our procurement policy just as well, kind of looking at it based on donations, maybe considering what that language reads so that we maybe have a policy in place on receiving donations when there's other bids in play. That's all I have to say.
Councilwoman Cunningham.
So I've actually thought about this a lot since the last council meeting, and I know I spoke with Mr. Reed about it a little bit. I originally voted for for us looking into paying D&D because it was just the optics. I think perception is reality for a lot of people. They don't know what goes on behind the scenes. They see something and they're like, well, I saw D&D on a sign and they were fixing the road and it's all insider, good old boy system stuff. So I can see it from that perspective. We're a small town. It happens in big cities too, but it happens more here, it feels like sometimes. So in the attempt to be totally above board to help mitigate that potential perception, that's why I was in favor of looking into possibly paying for it, just to say, you know what, we will pay for it. The more I thought about it, and after speaking with you too, I can see how this would have looked like an accusation. And I can't think of the word. How it could be offensive to D&D, where they thought they were doing something kind for the city. They are located in Cibolo. They're here. They've done a lot of stuff with us. They've been here for a very long time. I can see that perspective too. I also was not aware, and it was, Ms. Sanchez just showed me an email where it did say the donation was accepted and an agreement signed. I missed that part. But in our packet today, we do have the donation agreement. So knowing that it was formalized makes me feel a lot more comfortable with what was happening. It wasn't just like, yeah, we'll do it and it'll go get built. So that makes me feel a lot better about it. I do agree that, I just on a very brief read of this, I don't see that the cost or the amount of the donation or the in-kind amount is not listed in this agreement. And I think that that may be something in the future to consider, like a donation of this item that has a relative value of blah, blah, blah. I don't know that it makes any legal difference in an agreement like this, a donation agreement, but I think that that would help be a little bit more transparent with the public. Like, they donated this and it was up to this amount of money. We had no idea how much, I don't know how much a sign like that costs. Baseboards in my house just cost me $4,000. So the cost of things like this is not something most people would just know. So I think having the cost in an agreement like this is nice. I'm not sure what to do at this point moving forward. I feel like we've voted to pay D&D a portion of it or all of it, and we just said look into paying D&D for the cost of that structure. But I also know that it was a gift, and I don't want to tarnish that relationship further by being like, we don't want your gift. We don't accept it. We don't value your contribution to the city. We don't value your generosity and all of that. But then I'd also don't want it to look like, oh, well, we found out how much it costs and we don't have that money and we don't want to pay you for it. So I'm not sure what to do. I'm hoping other council members have a better insight into that. But thinking about it over the last few weeks, I don't know that I would have voted the way that I did last time.
Ms. Cunningham, just for the record, Anna Miranda clarified that in our City Hall remodel budget, we still have the funds to cover this whole cost. It was never about the money. We never indicated to the contractors, we're really low on money.
No, I'm sorry, and I didn't mean to to insinuate that at
understand.
all. I just was, again, the perception could be, well, they found out it's $24,000 and now they're backpedaling. That's not my intent at all. It has nothing to do with the cost. It really was a lot of thought about the process and how it played out. I rewatched the video, and just thinking about how I would put myself in other people's shoes, how that would feel to me. And,
Yes, ma'am.
and I really do think I would be different or vote differently. So.
Thank you.
Okay. Well, so on this one, I think it's actually rather common for communities to receive, I wouldn't really call them gifts, but just donations or things from entities that do business within their cities. I think this is actually more common than some might realize, that this happens all over the place, and it's happened, probably dating back to the 20s or even before, so hundreds of years, I think. And so this is something that is really a lot more common, and I think that the time to question this probably would have been back in January, when this was, when notice was given to council about this donation, and not May. So I think that if there were any questions, they should have been arisen back in January. And so I just think that it's a little disheartening, to this individual. I know we have, GVEC, for instance, is our electric company, and they have a Power Up grant where they do grants for all kinds of great things for all the communities they serve. And I know that they have that structured a little differently than this, where they have a Power Up grant application and things like that. So it's a little more structured, but this is kind of in the same spirit. And I think that it was a gesture that was meant to be taken as a nice way to invest in the community they serve, that they work in. And so I don't think this was meant in any nefarious circumstance or with any malintent behind it. And so I just think that now, as a city, our job is just a little bit harder now, because we're going to have to go back to this business and mend fences. Councilman Mahoney.
Hello. I don't have a real strong feeling on it either way, but I do want to mention that I don't see how any individual or group of individuals has benefited by this other than the community at large. The whole city, 35,000 or so people, were the beneficiary of this. So I understand the comments about the optics and so on, but I want to make it clear that I don't see any confusion there, that there might be some sort of suspicion of corruption or something going on. I don't see that. And I want to ask a question, if I may. Some people whose memory will go back a little further. Councilman Hicks and Councilwoman Cunningham, you were on the council when, and I'll get this wrong, I'm going to try to reconstruct something that happened. About 3 or 4 years ago, there was an individual in town that donated to the city a really neat ATV for the fire department's use or something. Remember that?
One for the fire and one for the police.
Yeah. We still have them, I think, those things. And I was not on council. I think I was a spectator seeing all this. And I don't know if there's any parallels here we could learn from, but I don't recall any scrutinizing of that situation by anybody then. Maybe the person had no connection to doing business with the city going forward. I don't know. She didn't. So maybe it's not a parallel, but I just remember that that's in the back of my mind as being a situation that council just very graciously and humbly said, wow, thank you. And it worked out fine. And I think that's probably the direction that this would have gone. But now it's a little bit messy. Anyway, I just wanted to clarify that about the past. That's all I have.
Councilman Randy Roberts.
Messy is a good word. I don't think there was any malintent anywhere in this. It was a very generous donation to the city that, like Mr. Mahoney said, benefited 35,000 people. And now we're in the position of basically we owe D&D $24,403.37 because of this. It's unfortunate that we had to go down this road. What's even more unfortunate is that we probably did ruin a fantastic business relationship with D&D for the future. They have saved us quite a bit of money to our taxpayers by being a local company. Not only do when we use them for bids, the money comes back into our city coffers through taxes, through business tax, through people spending money that work for them, that live in the city of Cibolo, and we can go on and on. And we've managed now, and I say we as a council, have managed to offend Mr. Dickens over this. And it's a messy situation.
Thank you, Randy. Jeff McLaughlin.
So I've been stewing about this since our last council meeting. To Mr. Reed's point, he sent an email to all of council back in January. That was a perfect opportunity to say, hey, I want to talk about this process. Maybe it doesn't smell right. And then he can respond to emails. I know he responds to emails. He responds to every single one of my emails. If that doesn't pass the smell test, we have an attorney that wrote the agreement. We at council seem to be tone deaf on how we present information and how it's
Point of
perceived
order.
in the public.
Please don't insult the council.
We at the council can't seem to understand what we are doing and how we are communicating with the city. There were so many opportunities to handle this differently, and we have obviously offended Mr. Dickens. That's why he sent us the full bill. There's so many different ways to cage things. The way this was caged, we're worried about public perception, was 100% public perception of that we are now a city that's pay to play. And there are more accusations out there and more statements made that are, I'm going to say, personal attacks against our city staff. Personal attacks against vendors. I'm embarrassed on how we handle things. Publicly, privately. We're concerned about perception. We just executed a waste management contract. 10 to 20% of Cibolo thinks we're all on the hook for it, or we're all taking kickbacks. No matter how many open sessions we have, no matter how many workshops we have, we're a government entity. There's going to be a percentage of the public that thinks we're all corrupt just because we're a government entity. It's not the local level, it's at the state level, the county level, the federal level. It's just nature of the beast. Sat on this for 4 months. Not a question raised, not a concern raised, until we raised it publicly. And once it's public, the narrative's out there. We have a very responsive staff. I submit inquiries to different members here. I always receive responses. If I need clarifying information, I'll follow up. But it seems like we want to do that publicly for some reason. I don't know what it is. But for me personally, to the rest of the staff, I have nothing but the utmost confidence in all of you that if we have established procedures, you are following them. Procurement process was approved by council. Mr. Reed followed it. We had a very generous donation from a local company. Again, multiple ways we could have handled this instead of the way we did. With that, I make a motion that the city of Cibolo accept this generous donation from D&D Contracting and ask the city manager to draft up a letter of appreciation that I will come down and sign, and anyone else on council is welcome to sign it.
Got a motion on the floor and a second. Motion by Jeff McLaughlin, second by Donetta Roberts. Please vote. Motion carries 6-1. Thank you, Mr. Reed. Next up is I, discussion action on reconsideration of the Capital Improvement Advisory Committee, the kayak. Mr. Reed.
Thank you, Mayor, City Council. No action required on this. I wanted to bring to your attention, where are we on the Capital Improvement Advisory Committee? It was back in January in which the City Council gave us direction. In your direction, you had two options: to reconstitute our Capital Improvement Advisory Committee, or to use the Planning and Zoning Commission as that body to serve in the CIAC capacity. Your direction was to reconstitute, to reform, and establish the CIAC. Over the past 4 months, we have been collecting applications, and up until last Friday when I spoke with Ms. Simics, we had one applicant who was qualified in the 3 fields that are mandated by state law that the membership of the kayak have expertise in. However, today she informed me that we have 2 more applicants that would also qualify. That would get us to the 3 of 7. And so that will be on your agenda for June 10th, where you have a special meeting in advance of the regular meeting. You can consider those applicants, and if you accept those, you will get to your 3 of 7. So tonight, not having that last week when we put the packet together, I just wanted to remind you where we are and the impact fee study. We have at least 6 months of work once we have the kayak formed. An initial meeting on training, their role, how we're going about this, and then 6 months of good work. So just know that when you consider those applicants next meeting, that if you accept the 3 individuals who are qualified, that we will begin having kayak meetings.
Katie?
If for some reason you don't, then we're back in the boat of just twiddling our thumbs.
We have the other 4 already, correct? Okay, so we have the other 4 that are committee members, the 1 P&Z, the 1 EDC. So we're just missing the 3 with the specialized experience, and we'll be able to appoint those in June.
I'm looking over to Ms. Simics to qualify the number of appointees that
It
we have.
shows, yeah, so on this page that's in our packet, it says 1 member from Planning and Zoning, 1
Yes.
member from EDC, 1 from ETJ, which we do have.
Yes.
And
you
then
have those
3
three.
members that have special knowledge, skills, or information. So if we add the 3 that have the special knowledge, skills, or information, then we would have those 3 plus the ETJ, and we're still missing the EDC and Planning and Zoning. Would those boards assign their own, appoint their own member, they self-appoint, or do they need to come to our meeting in June and we appoint them?
You previously appointed the EDC board member and the member from the Planning and Zoning Commission.
The Planning and Zoning Commission was changed because if you remember, I don't think you've taken her off yet, Ms. Garcia. She did not want to be on the kayak, so she will need to be removed from that. But we do have Mr. Sharp, who is also a member of the P&Z, and he's also one of the applicants that meet the criteria needed for that board.
So I'm reading this as we need to have 6 members with at least 3 or 40% that have experience in real estate development or building industries. So if he's the P&Z and also has real estate experience, I just want to make sure we have enough to make this make sense. It says per ordinance, it's to be comprised as follows, not we can pick and choose. I read that as we have to have 1 P&Z, 1 EDC, 1 ETJ, and then 3 other members that have special knowledge or skills. And of those 6, at least 3 have to have real estate stuff.
Mr. Reed?
And Ms. Cunningham, to clarify, those positions, and you're reading it right from the staff memo, Those are mandated. As
Correct.
part of the CIAC. Our local ordinance, which is attached, says that there are 7 members. So
Okay.
you do 40% of 7 members, you get
Which is still 3.
3 that have to have that experience. So I'm sorry, there's
No, that's fine. I mean, it'd be 3 either way, but it says at least 40%, so. So if we replace our P and Z member, we have an EDC, we have the ETJ, and you're saying we have the 3 applications for the other special skills?
We can use Mr. Sharp still as one of the applicants that meet that criteria. We do have 2 others that meet that criteria.
Okay, we need 3 anyway.
So we would have 3 people that meet that criteria. You have several applicants to choose from.
Okay.
On the others.
And we need to remove Mr. Hines because he said he didn't want to be on it.
Right. So,
And
Mr.
Isn't the other option just to let P and Z handle it, and then we're good?
Yes, sir, that was covered in the staff report. I was bringing this to council because my concern was growing that we were not getting to the 3. But again, today, Ms. Simmons was like, good news. And so that's always an option, but now I feel confident we're going to have a kayak in the very near future. But last week, I still thought we only have 1.
Okay.
So Ms. Simmons will send those applications to you. She will highlight, in addition to Mr. Sharp, the other 2. She'll describe this is the experience that they have provided her. Those are the 3. I think I would just encourage you, and interview them first at your next meeting when you're going over appointments. Make sure you feel confident about those 3. Once you appoint those 3, you just need to fill 7 slots total.
And when we called them today, we literally called them and we did ask them, even though it's marked on the application, that they had, let's say, engineering or
Building.
a building or whatever. We made sure that we asked them, how do you meet that? What do you actually do to meet that construction or whatever? So we actually asked questions of them to make sure that they did meet that criteria.
Okay, so no motion needed, right? Okay, thank you. Thank
And
you,
I
Mr. Reed.
appreciate the dialogue tonight, and I'm just happy to report what Ms. Simmons has shared with us. Thank you.
All right. Next up is J, discussion action on the appointment, removal of board, commission, and committee members. Councilman McLaughlin.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So it's my second meeting. I brought up that we needed to clean up our procedures and our committees, commissions, and boards. We had folks couldn't show up. We had folks that had gone beyond their 3-year term. So we are in month 5 of this calendar year. And I know we kind of went back and forth at that meeting. Some folks wanted to implement the 3 absentee rule right then and there on the spot. I think as a council, we came to the consent we would do a hard reset going into calendar year 2025. So I have the attendance sheet of all the committees, commissions, and boards with folks that have either met or exceeded the 3 absences on each one of these. And so I would like to go down the list, motion each one individually, and go from there.
Mayor, may I say, go ahead.
You have a question, Joel?
I do. This is one of the things that we would take care of. I understand you're bringing it up now, but this is one of the things that we'd take care of in our special meeting before the council meeting. And they're only supposed to be done the even number. So we're not following our policies. Once again, we're just going to throw our policies out the door. I mean, I just want to bring that to your attention.
Okay, so do these boards meet in between now and then? I mean, it's almost the end of the month, so what's it, this is 26 right now? So you're proposing that we do a approval, removal session prior to our next council meeting? Is that what you're proposing? Okay. So Jeff, I think it's just a procedural question here. You fine with that? Just taking care of it before the next meeting? Okay.
We also just heard we have 2 other people that need to be
Yeah, okay, so we can clean things up at that point. Was that amenable to you, Jeff? Okay.
Is there any problem with doing it? Based on our policy, we're going to do the appointments or removals 30 minutes before a council meeting,
That's fine.
usually?
Yeah, we'll
So,
start the meeting at
meeting
6
of
o'clock.
June. Okay.
Is that okay with everybody? 6 o'clock at the next council meeting? Okay, so let's just be efficient and then knock it out in like 20 minutes, and then that way we can have a little break. Moni?
Just to clarify,
Would y'all like to get together and finalize that on how to remove and appoint? But I know that we had the kayak. It may be worth just doing it in front of the rest of council.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. We all just get together, like with the whole council, and then make the changes, and then be done with it. Okay, so that's what we'll do. Next, be here at 6 o'clock. Next council meeting. When is that? The 14th or something, Peggy? 10th? Okay, so we'll do it all on the 10th at 6.
You will, you'll get a special meeting agenda for that, like you have in the
if you don't
past.
mind, yeah, we'll get together, Peggy, and make that special
Yeah,
meeting agenda.
it's a special meeting, and you've done it in the past, and that's how you will do it again.
Okay, very good. You good with that, Jeff? Okay, next up is K, discussion presentation regarding the status update of the Unified Development Code UDC rewrite. Mr. Spencer.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. So the purpose of this presentation is to just give you a quick update on where we're at with the UDC rewrite. Obviously, this is a preface to what's tomorrow, which is the joint workshop between you all, City, P&Z, and our Board of Adjustment. And so just during this presentation, we're just going to talk through the project schedule, some of the stakeholder feedback that was received thus far, the project goals. So those goals were presented at an earlier meeting before this project went to RFP, as well as some of the deliverables that had happened up until this point, which include the implementation matrix, annotated outline, and regulatory audit. And then we'll talk about the next steps. So this project kicked off the early part of this year. It was with an internal meeting between staff and the consultants. Since then, the public engagement plan that came before you all in February, just earmarking the different touch points within this project. And we'll talk through with the stakeholder interviews today. Where we're at right now is with the diagnostic review. And so at this point, our consultants have gone through all of our codes, our long-range plans, and they're coming back to receive some feedback before they go into the drafting of the code. So on March 25th and March 26th, that was the consultant's first trip to the city. At that time, city staff had reached out to a group of individuals within the city. And so we had a list of business owners, HOA representatives, some engineers, some attorneys. We also included a few of our P&Z members, as well as city staff with the staff technical team. And we had a decent turnout in terms of people who showed up. What we heard from that engagement was a few key themes, and those were grouped into categories by our consultants. And so if you'll keep these in mind in terms of code usability and clarity, development standards, there are some specific issues in relation to Old Town, the processing procedures, as well as the zoning and land uses within the city. And so you'll realize with some of those key themes, they actually bleed into some of the project goals that were previously stated, such as improving public engagement in the hearing process. We heard that people often found it complicated and uneasy having to go to 2 different public hearings and then having a separate meeting just to have action on it, having custom tailored regulations specifically for Old Town. How do you handle those old residential buildings that are being converted for commercial uses. Within our current code, there's some issues in terms of how those are handled, kind of like new construction, as well as modernizing the UDC and the appropriate and relevant uses. So how can we make that in a way where it's easy to use for everybody? So these are just kind of the things that bled into the project goals that were initially discussed. The next item that was a deliverable was the implementation matrix. As you're aware, the UDC has a lot of different moving parts, with that being a lot of other plans that were adopted previously, such as the comp plan, the IH-10 corridor plan, EDC strategic plan, as well as City Council's strategic plan. One thing that has not been adopted, but our consultants will be working in tandem with our Old Town master plan, as that is also at the same time being developed. Our consultants will be coordinating with those individuals to help make use of their time with this project. So this is just an example of what that implementation matrix entails. So they took different action items from, for this instance, the comp plan, and saying how they will be incorporated and changed within this new UDC, such as with the zoning districts, having those to reflect the future land use map and the place types that were adopted as part of the comp plan. Next is the annotated outline. So this is basically a framework, chapter by chapter framework that the consultant would use to as a reference point throughout the UDC rewrite process. So they'll go back to this document and make sure that they're incorporating what they have outlined here. So this is just an example of currently in our code, we have our Cibolo Code of Ordinances. Those have our signage regulations. Those are not inside of our Unified Development Code. So they're recommending to help incorporate those into the UDC so it can help streamline and having all of these regulations in one place, so that people don't have to necessarily go back and forth through different codes. The next is the regulatory audit. So this was not included within your packet. The other documents were, but this is something that our consultants will touch base on tomorrow evening. So with this document, it's basically just to talk about the different areas or themes within the UDC that they saw as improvement areas. So of course, we want to make sure that the UDC is being adopted with, or being incorporated with other adopted plans, federal and state law. So Texas is right now in a legislative session, so having to make sure that the new UDC is in line with what's actually being adopted by the state legislature, best planning practices, whether that's regionally or locally. So what are other cities within our area, what are they also doing so that we can also incorporate that's working well with them, as well as the feedback that we receive from you all, our other appointed and elected officials, as well as the community as a whole. And so just what next steps, obviously, like I said, tomorrow we do have the joint workshop, and then afterwards there will be a summary report that our consultants will hand out so that we can kind of close the loop on feedback. And then following then, our consultants will start the drafting process of the UDC. So the deliverable, they're looking at the week of August 18th. This will be module 1. They're breaking it into different modules, so we have them, the UDC, in a more bite-sized pieces. So after that, module 1 is put to staff. There will likely be a back and forth comment review process between staff and the consultants, and then they will come for trip 3, as well as having an open house and a UDC advisory committee meeting pending council's appointment. So hopefully we have a UDC advisory committee at that time so that we can start hitting the ground running with these group of individuals to help be the sounding board for this process. Another thing of note is that we do have our Cibolo Tomorrow website we launched the webpage for the UDC Rewrite. And so we are asking people to, if they're interested in this endeavor, to apply to serve on the UDC Advisory Committee. We have on that website just the background giving the different updates that have been made ever since, as well as a comment form, an open comment form that allows people to make any comments and suggestions in regards to the UDC and what we can do going forward. So all that information is being relayed back to our consultants to be incorporated. So with that, that's the conclusion of my presentation. If you all have any questions, just let me know.
I'll open up the floor. Anybody have any questions?
I don't have any questions. Can we get this sent to us tonight before tomorrow's meeting?
Yeah, I can send that over.
Because it's not in my packet.
Yes, so Rick and Aaron, one of them will send to the entire council the packet for the product for tomorrow night.
Well, I want this presentation in
And
there as well.
this presentation, absolutely.
That's all I need.
Anyone else have any questions?
And he will include the city secretary and myself, of course.
Okay, Randy's going to, I sent you an email, Peggy, just now, but Randy's going to run the meeting tomorrow from the mayor perspective. I have to be at Northeast Partnership for Live Oak. All right, let's move on. L, discussion action to plant a memorial tree for Sue Bassonnet. Councilwoman Cunningham.
I'm not going to attempt to say it, but I know that's wrong.
No, that's right.
So Sue was a very active member of our community. She was in one of the first classes of the Cibolo Citizens Police Academy. She lived in Shirts, but said she preferred Cibolo and wanted to be a part of our police academy. She's very active in the Alumni Association, selling wreaths across America. She was active in the Lions Club, the Shirt Cibolo Lions Club. She brought dozens of us on board into that, dozens of people on board into the Alumni Association. And she and I ran the senior citizen prom for the last 5 or 6 years together. She passed away very unexpectedly. I'm going to try really hard not to cry. In the past, we've done memorial trees for people who've contributed to Cibolo, and I cannot think of a more deserving person than Sue to have a tree planted in her honor. Her family did plan a very small ceremony for her, and it was not open to the public. And there are so many people that Sue met and worked with and helped, and that woman had more energy than anyone I've ever met. She's the most ferocious fundraiser. I don't know how any of the events that she worked with is ever going to get to the same level of donations that she was able to get out of hustling every business, every individual, every person she came into contact with. She was like, can you donate something? Can you donate something? My girls, all 3 of my kids really love Sue too. They've had a lot of time with her over the last several years. But my girls said, we're just shocked. They said, we know Miss Sue was old, but she always acted like a teenager. And so her energy and her contribution to the city is really going to be felt tremendously by a lot of people. And I think that if we're able to do a tree in her honor, I would really appreciate that. And I know other members of the community would appreciate that also. I know we just created a subcommittee on council policies. We don't currently have a policy or a procedure for requesting memorial trees or anything similar. So I would also recommend that committee kind of maybe consider doing a process or something in how we contribute to that.
Yeah, I know Sue was a wonderful woman. In fact, she had approached me about writing a letter of recommendation for the police program for drones for the GVC grant. And so I went ahead and filled out that letter and sent it in. Unfortunately, it was after she passed. So she was a terrific woman, very, very spirited and huge supporter of Cibolo Police Department, as well as organizing the senior prom every year to give a nice day for the seniors to be able to come out and have a dance. And so she was so energetic and excited and just a wonderful, wonderful woman. And so I couldn't think of anyone better to honor than Sue. And so I agree with this, Katie. I think it's a great idea. Maybe we can get a tree for her over there at the annex, where we have your dad's tree, Joel, and then I think we have one for Maggie's husband. And so I think that would be a good spot. I know we did one for Sam, and the only reason why we did one here for Sam is because this property was a piece of property that he wanted to get, and he was instrumental in getting when he was our mayor. And so
Well, that and the pecan tree had
Yeah.
rottened out, so
Yep.
we needed to
Yeah,
replace
yeah.
it anyway. So
Right. So we just did Sam here for that reason, for various reasons, it sounds like. But yeah, I think, doing a tree for Sue would be a great honor. And it would also be a good way for us to remember her, because like you said, Katie, it was family only. So I think this is a great idea. Anyone else have any comments, Joel? You knew her.
I knew her. I know that she reached out to former Mayor Ms. Boyle and I about the senior prom. We got Katie involved in it, and we've been pushing it ever since. So, absolutely.
Mayor, if I could interject.
Please.
We talked with Mr. Gomez, the Public Works Director, about getting a tree, and we'd like to plant an American elm tree in her honor. And if it's all right with y'all, we'd like to have it planted by the PD.
Yeah.
Have it planted by the police department.
Okay. Have CPD plan it. That'd be great. Yeah. She'll be smiling down on that. It'd be fantastic.
Yeah, she was part of our family, so.
Yeah.
They
That'd be
said
great.
she'd laugh at the American part because she's Canadian.
Yeah. Well, hey, she's here, or she was here. So.
And Mayor and Council, I'll have Brian work with Julio. We'll, once we have that in place and the plaque, like we have put plaques for those other three
Yep.
trees, we'll set a date so
Okay.
that you can honor her as you all have tonight by your kind words about her.
That'd be fantastic. Thank you. Do we need? So I guess we'll do a quick vote.
Yes, I think
okay.
a vote is necessary.
Katie, you want to make the motion?
I make a motion to plant a memorial tree for Sue.
Okay, I got a motion by Councilwoman Cunningham, second by Randy Roberts. Please vote. Okay. All right, motion carries 7-0. Okay, next up is M, discussion on a recommendation for the appointment of an individual to the Canyon Regional Water Authority, CRWA Board of Managers, replacing Jacob Parsons. I know you put this on the agenda, Donetta Roberts. So with him no longer being employed by Cibolo, I think this makes perfect sense. So who you thinking, Jose?
Actually, no. Chris Hubbard, the
okay.
utility superintendent. He does have TCEQ investigations that he has passed, and so he's done that. He also has treatment plant experience, which is something that CRWA has 2 treatment plants that are getting ready to have to be worked on, so he can help with that. And he is just he's all into water too. He's almost a water nerd like Parsons was. I love it.
All right.
So I would like to direct for us to bring a resolution to the next meeting, June 10th, to remove Jacob Parsons from the Board of Managers for CRWA and appoint Chris Hubbard to Board of Managers for CRWA.
And have we talked to Chris and see if he's willing?
Yes.
That's been done. Okay, cool. He is.
I spoke
Okay.
with Jacob before he left, and I was like, who would be the best person to take your spot on that since you're leaving? Because it was a surprise whenever he chose to go to Liberty Hill. So
Yeah.
he goes, I would suggest you, not that I have anything to do with it, but he said Hubbard would be the
Okay,
person.
Chris
So-
Hubbard it is. All right.
And Mr. Hubbard had been attending some of the CRWA meetings as well for the Board of Managers with Mr. Parsons, just to, again, get knowledge, not for any other purpose.
Yeah.
And he's been to the 2 construction meetings that I was a part of through CRWA. So he's very much on board to be a part of this.
Thank you. Anybody have any questions, concerns, issues with this? You guys good? Okay. You want to make the motion, Donetta? Oh,
Just direction.
oh, yeah, you're right. Sorry. Okay. We good? All right, cool. In discussion, I'm sorry, presentation, discussion, action regarding the recap of the strategic management workshop held on April 5th, 2025, including the action items identified during the workshop and the products produced after. Mr. Reed.
Begin with the overview and then jump right into this. Every year after your strategic management workshop, I come before you with a summary, make sure that you accept the products, we post those products, and also some of this leads into budgetary discussions. And so that's the intent of tonight, is to make sure that you do support the products that have been produced and the direction from the strategic management workshop on April 5th. This is everything that I'll cover. And note at the end, it was suggested at the workshop, let's set the date for the strategic management workshop in 2026. And so I worked with Ms. Simics and staff to identify a couple of options, and we did our very best with our crystal ball to avoid conflict. So this year with April 5th, we had a couple of conflicts with other events. This next year, we're recommending get back into March, still avoiding the time period of the spring break of the school district. These are the three things we're asking for your direction on tonight. This right here, council has talked about why is strategic planning important, why is it to do the important to conduct your annual strategic management workshop. So I'm not going to read this verbatim. This is what we talked about at length last year at the very beginning of this workshop. We again talked about it. And I know recently working with Mr. Hicks and Ms. Sanchez-Stevens on a federal grant, the consultant did what right away? He looked at our strategic plan and he said that was a very valuable instrument for them. And so it serves us in so many ways that when we're working hard to create the vision, your core strategies, your 6 core strategies, and then annually updating it, we're not thinking of, and we can't foresee all the ways that it benefits us, but it recently benefited us immensely with a grant application to the federal government.
This is for 26 you're looking at?
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right, well, I won't be there, so I'll let y'all decide.
Well, let me start here. Your FY25 action items. This is what's in there for this year. So across your 6 core strategies, those are up at the top. You believe that something that is core to why you exist is to promote economic development. You believe that it's core to this government to take care of our infrastructure, for us to be successful, to have partnerships and relationships that further our best interest, and when they align with others, so that we're lifting up our partners and our other agencies that we work with. You believe that at the core of what we do, quality of life for our residents and businesses is fundamental. You believe that we should operate with financial integrity and that we should be an organization of excellence. And so this year you can see the number of items that staff has been working on. And at your strategic management workshop, you heard an update from every department head on, we limited them for time management, 3 to 5 items, right? So we're working very hard to successfully get through these goals this year, these actions. We completed everything except for one item. I actually included a couple of slides because I really want council to see that now we are into our 4th iteration of your strategic plan, and we're becoming more sophisticated and more robust in what that plan actually does. And so I'd like to say that it is your plan through which all other master plans are funneled through, so that you can say, well, how are we implementing the Cibolo Tomorrow comprehensive plan that we adopted in 2025? You're going to see here that those actions made it into your FY25 strategic plan, namely 2 things. Update the UDC. We're doing it. Update the Old Town Master Plan. You're doing it. Those are in the comprehensive plan, but they are in your action plan, your implementation matrix for 2025. And so I want to highlight that today. We spent time with Dustin Morris giving you an example of the evolution of our performance management program. Performance management is all about what is the purpose of every service area, what is most important to measure so that we know that service area is accomplishing value add for the community and for our customers. And those are metrics that change over time. So with the police department going to a Tyler records management system, we're going to have better data that can help Chief Andres provide us information on what's important. One of those is response time to priority 1 calls. Our current software, we can't do it. And so you, in your fire department, you get response times. So we know, it's important to know how quickly are we responding to our calls for service. Once we get Tyler Technologies RMS up, that's one of the reports that the chief has been making sure that it is built into the system. And so we've gone past quantitative and qualitative performance metrics, and now we're moving into lean. And lean is a process by which we identify waste in the processes that we have, and we seek to eliminate waste that adds value for customers. Anna Miranda was kind enough to show council the one that she's working on using our procurement software, OpenGov, it's our financial software as well, and how she is digitizing our purchase order process versus how do we do it today? Paper. And so we have transitioned into that. I can tell you it has made it time savings for us so that staff is more productive. We are, again, as an executive team, kicking off the lean process. And by this Friday, we're submitting our lean green belt innovation form. So more to come on that. We promise to invite you to our, I call it a learning circle. We may call it something different. Where you can listen in on how each one of us are doing one simple thing that we control. And as leaders, now that we've set the example, we're going to identify and invite new staff members to go through the lean green belt training by Dustin Morris, our own black belt. That doesn't mean he knows karate, but it does mean he's an expert when it comes to lean process improvements. This is just a highlight from that interaction with Dustin Morris. And then he talked about the next steps. I just mentioned a second ago that the deadline is May 31st. And then the next cohort will be frontline employees chosen by the executive team that receive our certification. And then they will start their class later this year and have at least 2 more cohorts in FY25. We're going to have at least 1 more cohort in 2025. And then council went into one of the operational issues that you said we'd like to discuss at the strategic management workshop. And we started really just talking about inclement weather, cold weather, but council really changed the dynamic of the entire conversation, and so it became a conversation of emergency preparedness. If you go back to your core strategies, quality of life and infrastructure in all of its facets are 2 of your core strategies. And so the conversation focused around what if there's an event, whatever that event may be, a train derailment, a gas leak in a neighborhood, flooding, you name it. Are we prepared to stand up a temporary shelter to help those residents or property owners, those businesses that are impacted so that they have a place to go? And it may be very temporary for some, may be longer for others. And so Mario Troncoso, your fire chief, will be in front of you on June 10th to talk about how we are prepared to stand up an emergency shelter for regardless of the reason, underlying incident. That being said, there may be some budgetary impacts, but I think what you'll find is that we've put in place a lot of things already, that there's not a direct budgetary impact to stand up the checklist, the SOPs, and the partners we would need in the event to stand up one of them. We'll identify the location of where such a shelter could go as well. So I really appreciate the positivity that council had in having this discussion and the outcome that you drove. So on this one, June 10th, Chief Troncoso will present to you and actually seek your support for the product on emergency preparedness. Any comments just on the need and scope, partnerships and pilot, demographics and so forth? Okay, let me move on. And this is just a continuation. Another operational item that we spent time on is you had a presentation by Julio Gomez, your Public Works Director. You had previously had a presentation, 2 presentations at a council meeting, and we never have enough time in our council meetings to dive deep. So we brought back, and Julio presented to you the park improvements and also the other proposed capital improvement projects. And so what you see here, I want to be clear that the numbers up at the top, we revised them in red because Ana Miranda went and spoke with Specialized Public Finance, our financial advisor, and asked to modify it slightly so that we have 4.5 million in FY26, and then you can see the impact across the other years, a total debt capacity of 52 million. This was not your final 5-year CIP. This was just your first blush. You did say very clearly, though, in FY25, with the available park funds that we have for parks, about 1.3 million, that you wanted us to begin work on defining a Nimitz Park and a Veterans Park improvements. And so staff is working on doing that and bringing that to you. And I propose, council, that we should work through your Parks and Recreation Commission to get a recommendation from them and bring that recommendation at the same time when staff is back in front of you on the scope of work on those 2 parks right there. So today I sent an email to the council members, and I believe that is Ms. Sanchez-Stevens, Ms. Cunningham, and the mayor for identifying a date for the council CIP subcommittee to meet before June 17th. What I'd like is for the 3 of you to work hard on this proposed 5-year CIP so that when we go into the budget workshop on June 17th, I can really look to the 3 of you to have a discussion with the council. Hey, we looked at this, we had to adjust things because we only have 4.5 million in FY26, so we want to move some things around. And then on June 17th, hopefully we refine this to a point that you're comfortable and we can move forward with that prior to the July budget workshop and hopefully finalize this maybe at the June or the first July meeting. Last June meeting, first July meeting at regular council. Yes, sir.
So where it says FY25 and it's got the 11.5 million there.
You've already allocated that.
We've allocated it, but the total estimate is only 10.269 million, right? So
Correct.
We'll have,
and that is
technically, we'll have some to push over to 2026?
Yes, so you allocated 11.5 based upon the engineer's opinion of probable construction costs. Then when we lit those projects, all those projects that are listed up there, the price came in lower. So
Okay.
we have savings overall for that FY25. But you've not spent the money that's Nimitz Park and Veteran. Now, let me say this. I'm looking at that sheet. Nimitz Park says 1.3 million. Veterans is 632. Those are not funds that we've allocated. Those were estimates, as you'll remember, that in 2023, we had Collier's Engineers, in fact, give us estimates. You have a total of about 1.3 million of available funds that we need to get back in front of you so that you tell us what good you want us to do in Veterans Park and Nimitz Park, and then we will proceed on that work. So I really, again, I'm excited by this list because it's the first time I'm not helping you work through projects that were approved by voters prior to 2020. Now, this is your first time to be working on a new list of roads, utilities, parks, and other infrastructure. And so this is an exciting time for you all to paint that picture for the next 5 years. This is kind of we took all the comments that you made and we put it into this paragraph, if you will. I don't want to spend a lot of time on it, but we captured some of the important things that we heard you talk about. And council, if you don't mind, I'm going to move on. We also talked about the solid waste franchise update, because since we had the April 5th strategic management workshop, you've actually approved that. I'm going to move right past this, but I have to tell you how beneficial it was and productive it was for you to give us direction at the SMW so that we could bring forward the franchise agreement on the timeline that we did earlier this month. Let me talk about your SWOT analysis. So we changed it up. It wasn't a traditional strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, threats. We instead shifted and talked about past, present, and future. And so I had the opportunity to talk with the executive team at our executive team retreat last week. And what I'd like to do, I'm not going to cover each one of those. I'd like to talk about some of the things that really caught our eye or that generated conversations with the executive team. So particularly looking at the present and the future. We talked about the past, and we identified what council thinks about the accomplishments and the setbacks from the past. And note, one of those things is not following through fully on CIP projects. Keep that in mind, because as we look to the present and the future, you'll see something has changed for the better. So in the present, roads seen as a strength, we are looking at multiple solutions, not just reconstruction, and we are incorporating other infrastructure such as reconstruction to preservation. We're no longer in the mode of we have to reconstruct roads because we've allowed them to get so bad. Now we're preserving roads with a lower cost per lane mile and getting ahead of the curve of having to reconstruct streets. And that is truly a street preservation program. We are implementing that. That is what we heard from all of you. Goal setting and playing catch-up. Performance management, strategic planning with new leadership in public works, planning, economic development, setting new KPIs. Julio and Rick have reevaluated their KPIs. So when I was talking about our performance management program, and that when you know your mission and who your customers are and how you add value, a key performance indicator, although you start with something in mind, over time you realize maybe that's not the right metric. And so with new leadership in planning and economic development and in public works, they're asking great questions of us when they come in for their quarterly meeting, and we're looking at how can we change their KPIs to have more meaningful measurement. The Old Town commercial development, this is still under present and under your strengths. Planning is proposing alternative development standards for commercially zoned property in Old Town to calibrate development standards to fit the context of platting, parking, surface, and drainage study, just to name a few. And earlier tonight you had Aaron just speaking about some of the stuff that they're working on. Back in 2022 and 2023, there was a lot of discussion between council and staff about the requirement for a masonry wall on any side of a property that is being used for commercial if it abuts a residentially zoned property, if it abuts a residential or a commercial property that's currently residential in nature. And the standards that got put in place over a decade ago said, well, you shall construct a masonry wall. Well, we realized it wasn't being enforced. We realized it didn't fit the context, so council changed that. Well, what Rick Vasquez is bringing to your attention now, and will be bringing forward an ordinance, is we require a drainage study, even if it's an easy one. If someone's converting an existing residential structure but not expanding it, we are requiring them to do a drainage study, and that's adding cost. And yet what we do know is that, and think about Main Street and those commercial properties. When they convert those homes into businesses, there's a hair salon, there's a tattoo parlor. These are not businesses that are generating 200 trips a day. They're generating a very low number. And so he's recommending that the drainage study be waived because we don't see the benefit. Now, if they're expanding, that would change the requirement. But let's lower the cost to revitalize and reuse the properties where we appropriately say commercial business is appropriate. He's also looking at the parking surface. If it's upstream of the public road like Main Street, they need to do asphalt, real asphalt, or concrete. But if they're downstream, think of the east side of Main Street as you're going towards HEB. Their minimum parking needs to be asphalt or concrete. But if they want to have parking surface over more area, then that could be a crusher fine surface. Again, appropriate because it's not impacting public property and it's additional parking, not their minimum parking. And you've seen that on some of the properties on that other side. Again, what's important is that it's not impacting our public streets with what would be sand and gravel that would erode onto the streets. We're avoiding that. So in the present, the strengths, the staff was really excited about some of those things. Let me talk about weaknesses. Old Town, recognition that the current UDC does not properly fit the context. That's what you're saying. On the strength side, we have a new director that says, let's get some things up to council right away. We don't have to wait for an entire UDC rewrite. So I'm really pleased how the weakness and the strengths are playing off of each other. Leadership, not knowing what their real culture outside of City Hall. Now, I'm not quite sure what that was, but we had a great discussion about it. We care, the leadership cares about culture as leadership. We measure with the survey. So I just don't say, I think we have a great culture. We measure because council's approved funding for it through Gallup, their Q12 Employee Engagement Survey, one of the best platforms to determine engagement, and we measure that. We've done it twice. We're waiting to do a new one in FY27. And so when we've done those, we didn't just say, good job, or, it didn't hit the mark. We do employee engagement talk workshops where every team, where there's 4 or more responses, gets a chance to have an employee-facilitated workshop, and they ask what one thing can they do better. So there's 12 questions. One of them is that my teammates are committed to quality work. Another one is I have the resources needed to do my job. Each team may pick a different question, but what question they pick, they're asked, what would it take to make that part of your employee engagement better? Every team has done that. We have action plans. The leaders of every department are committed to making sure that we follow up with those action plans. And so I really appreciated that comment. And to the greatest degree possible, our leadership is committed to listening to our employees and completing our action plans. The last thing under present is CIP, talent and rev. I'm looking at my notes here. We listed Tolly Road, TxDOT, roads, and train crossings. Those are weaknesses. The train crossings are weaknesses. We are working with TxDOT to move forward with at-grade crossing improvements. We do have in our Cibolo tomorrow a planned grade-separated crossing, and we'll actually be coming back to council to talk about the alignment of that. Now, the funds to hire the talent needed recognizes the cost increase with limited revenues. So that's the present. Let me just quickly talk about the future. Risks. I put $3 signs off to the side. Money. Create regulatory framework that drives tax-based growth. So we're talking about tax exemptions for residential increasing and outpacing. I think we're referring there to the disabled veteran tax exemption, how that's limiting our revenue. Again, we fully support all of our veterans. Legislation passing bills against cities. So we're at odds with what we want to do with what the state is handcuffing us with. And then difficulty of new businesses coming to Cibolo. And so we're rewriting the UDC. We want to streamline the approval process. We want to make more clear the rules and regulations so they can be consistently applied and that we can change the reputation of Cibolo being a difficult place to do business. Next, opportunities, infrastructure, proactively plan for future growth. We're talking about wastewater. Council recently had a presentation on the expansion to the South Wastewater Treatment Plant. We have a joint workshop coming up. We're being proactive. We talked about I-10, the investments we're making to put infrastructure down along I-10, knowing TxDOT's going to be done soon. And so the opportunities we are seizing. Grants, you wrote continue seeking grants. We're doing a better job today than 4 years ago because you had the support to hire a grant writer. And we have departments that are laser focused on applying for that. I'm looking at Chief Andres because PD's always done a good job around that, as have other departments. Relationships, great relationships with entities. And so you really want us to continue the opportunity of building those relationships. Proactive planning, your master plans. We are starting master plans, we are completing master plans, but what I'd like to end on concerning your past, present, future is we're tracking those in your strategic plan. And so that you know they're not sitting on a shelf after you spend a considerable amount of money doing them. These are just highlights. If we took all your words, I'm not going to go over these because I just went over my notes from the executive team retreat. We had the Plus Delta exercise. Every year, you give us the feedback. What went well? What could we do better? This year, we implemented some of those recommendations. You asked for the Delta. Remember, it's not a negative. It's what can we do better? You said continue to minimize scheduling conflicts. Check. Establish and confirm a date for 2026. We're doing that tonight. If you don't make a decision tonight, we'll at least have the discussion and finalize it in the near future. And incorporate dedicated time and activities for team building. You will see all three of those done. The last one we will incorporate into the the 2026 Strategic Management Workshop. But we appreciate all the pluses that you also spoke about. That's just the visual aid. This is what we did not get to at the Strategic Management Workshop, and let me just tell you that this is how your strategic plan has become more sophisticated. So year one, and I'll look at Mr. Hicks, I'll look at Ms. Cunningham, Mayor Allen. You all were here in January 2022. We weren't feeding your strategic plan for FY22 with other plans. We were just getting a plan in place. And we really drove it by the ideas you had in the moment and over the next several months. And so now, with every plan that we update or existing plans, we're feeding your strategic plan. And it's becoming more robust. So you can see on the left-hand side here, those are the plans in place. They are informing your implementation matrix, and that's one of the reasons why someone helping us with a federal grant says this is a great plan. I can actually identify what you think is important. It's why we're nationally recognized for our strategic plan for strategic leadership and governance. These are examples of from Cibolo tomorrow. You can look in your plan under Action L8, where we're amending the UDC to align zoning districts to reflect your comprehensive plan. I won't read all the boxes here. I just want to drive this point home. We are sophisticating your strategic planning. We are accelerating the rate at which we can do things. And we're overcoming difficult problems that average corporations simply fail to get past. More examples, and just for time, I'm going to move past it. And more examples. And if you're not tired, more examples. And more examples. And more examples. Council, I've said this to the executive team. I am appreciative that you continue to value your strategic plan. It was your vision statement, your words, your 6 core strategies, and every year you have the major influence on what gets in there. And I just want to thank you for making the time to come in on a Saturday. Every council meeting you have, every joint meeting you have, but thank you for investing in this. It is very beneficial. It is driving positive outcomes. And you have my commitment and this executive team commitment that this is what we align staff resources behind. When you tell us go get this done, I'm always proud of the wheel at the end of the year that says how many things we got done, how many are in progress, and how few were not started. And we always have a reason, not an excuse, of why. For example, we didn't fund it. Next steps. Do you have any comments about the packet you have and the products we produced? If not, if you're supportive of those, we're going to post those on the City Council's webpage as the products of your workshop. And then opportunities for improvement based on feedback from council will be notated and referenced when planning next year's workshop. If you have any other comments about a Delta for next year, please tell me now. Otherwise, we have 3 things that we're going to do. Okay? And Again, you do not have to make this decision tonight, but we're recommending March 21st or March 28th, 2026. Mayor. So you can see we identified spring break. We're staying outside of that. And April and March, we don't have city special events. We start those in April, and so we avoided April. And we listed this as a presentation, discussion, and action. You can actually make a motion to set the date tonight. If you want to think on it, you can also think on it, and we'll make sure we bring it back for an action item.
I'd like to make a motion for our strategic planning partnership, whatever you do, for Saturday, March 28th, 2026.
I'll second. I'll be here, I'll second.
Okay.
So we had a motion, okay. Well, not a motion, a suggestion. All right. No vote needed.
No.
Okay. Do y'all want to vote on the screens? All right. Go ahead. Please vote. All right. Vote carries 7-0.
Ms. Simmons will be sending you an invite.
Next up is discussion action on city council consideration of workshop meetings prior to regular city council meetings. So what do we got? I know we talked about doing a workshop. What was that about again? Nah, it wasn't the budget. It was something else.
Oh, it's for the presentations.
Yes, so council, on May 13th, you had a brief discussion about holding workshop-style meetings prior to your regular meetings, and you requested to discuss this at a future meeting. I said that I would work with Peggy Simmons and Paul Winland and just say, what are your ideas? So there's a short cover sheet, and I'll just read the two options that we included here. I'll look to Paul and Peggy if they would like to add anything, but what are we talking about? We are talking about the presentation that I just gave, other than you taking action on a date, right? You could have had that on a regular agenda. Everything I just did could have been in a workshop meeting prior to 6:30. Aaron Spencer tonight giving you an update on the UDC could have been in a workshop setting. The wastewater treatment plant expansion, where Clint Ellis and I gave you a presentation previously, that could have been a workshop item. So that's what we're talking about. It's all the background that you need, and then we leave on regular agenda where you take action. And it's intended to lighten the load of those agendas for the regular council meeting. That's all we're talking about.
And that way it gives us an opportunity to have more discussion.
Yes, sir. Mm-hmm. And I have, in my previous cities, that's exactly what they did. City of Georgetown, don't quote me on the times, but it'll be on their website. Their workshops started before 5 p.m. I want to say it was in the afternoon. It was definitely in the afternoon. They could start at 2, they could start at 3, they could have started at 4, but they were done by 5:30. They'd have an hour break. The city fed them because we're keeping you all day, and then we went into the regular meeting. There is no silver bullet like you have to do it one certain way. It's what works for us. And if you actually were to do this, this is our pilot program, and you can switch it up after you try it out for a bit. So what we listed here is option 1, workshop session on same day as a council regular meeting, and we would propose to do it from 5 to 6:30 p.m., a 30-minute break during which dinner will be served. And then the regular meeting, if you went till 6:30 in the workshop, your regular meeting would start at 7. Your workshop can end at 6. You can have a 30-minute break and start the regular meeting at 6:30. This is really very fluid. Option 2, workshop session held on second Thursday of the month. This will allow appointments to committees, commissions, boards, and corporations to be held on the first Tuesday of every month, of every other month prior to the start of a regular meeting. So That idea came from Ms. Simics trying to balance it with things that you already do on the first meeting of every month. So I'll look to Mr. Winland as well as Ms. Simics. Do you have anything to add, other options for the council to consider?
The only thing I'd like to add is, if you go to 7, if you start your council meetings at 7, you know, you're gonna have to really advertise that because the public is so used to those council meetings starting at 6:30. So my suggestion is that you keep your council meetings at 6:30, and, you know, so you end your other meeting so that you'll be able to eat and then start the meeting at 6:30, only because the public is so used to the 6:30 timeframe.
And I understand that, Peggy, but I can remember back whenever I started coming here, 06, 07, and they started at 7 at that time. So. Well, whenever we know that we've got presentations.
Okay, I
Big
would just say,
presentations.
I would say not every meeting though.
Yeah, let's try to keep
No,
this
not
to a
every
minimum.
meeting, no, I don't.
Because I
No.
know $92 whole dollars a month covers a lot of things, but I mean, most of us would probably have to take off time from work to come to a meeting that starts in the afternoon, which I'm willing to do, but every council meeting would be very difficult. So, but once a month is doable.
My only addition was similar to Mr. Reed. In my previous position at the city of San Antonio, they did it the day before, and they did it at midday. And what they would really push doing is if there were long presentations by city staff, you absolutely do that at that time instead of at city council. You know, there's pros and cons. I do distinctly remember the line separating the time periods between before they did that and then after they did that. And then Mayor Harburger seemed to be the one who moved it to the day before and held the very long presentations the day before. And it really made the city council meetings move the next day very quickly. And that seemed to work out. And they made the adjustment and sacrifices a lot to be at city council 2 times a week in midday, but it was a lot shorter on both days. So that was my observation, and things to take into consideration.
Well, does anybody have a problem with the second Thursday of the month?
I don't know. I think once a month. I don't know. Is anyone excited about coming once a month for this?
It's just presentation.
I don't mind it once a month. I think that's doable.
That's what I'm saying.
So we got,
We can start with
we
that.
should probably vote on this. I don't know. I mean,
No, we need to give direction. I mean, that's what, we need to, it says motion can be made or directed.
yeah, I don't know.
It is listed as discussion action.
Okay. Does someone want to make a motion?
Can we
about
just
doing
get,
I have a
Yeah,
quick
but-
question. So what time would you potentially start it, or would it be based on the number of presentations that you potentially have that would be coming up?
If it's a bunch of presentations, I would hope that, well, you would know, Mayor, because you do the agendas, but Mr. Reed and Ms. Simics would know to say, hey, we've got this many presentations coming up. Can we do it on this date?
So, for example, I told you Chief Trincoso was going to come forward about emergency preparedness. Rather than doing a June 10th presentation, I could tell him, you know what, council just gave us direction tonight. And they're going to do a workshop meeting on June 24th. I'm going to bump him to June 24th to lighten June 10th agenda. And there's already one presentation that is a workshop style presentation that we've taken off of a regular agenda and we've put on a workshop agenda.
See, I like that.
And so it lightens both agendas, right, for a month. It's not just the one.
Right.
what if we did the third Thursday and did a shorter one?
EDC is Thursday, that's what I'm saying.
Oh, are they
Second
already?
Thursday.
We could do it over at the annex, though. We don't have to do it here. It's just us, right? No, in the evening at 5.
It's a workshop, isn't it?
Okay. I don't
No,
really
this
care.
says second Thursday of the month, not Thursday.
No, I
Oh,
said third Thursday because in my mind, I'm thinking the third Thursday is 5 days before the next council meeting. So if there's something that is going to need action and it's going to be a long presentation, like a vendor presentation, we had that IT guy come in.
Yes.
We had the waste management we had a
Yep.
lot of those. The action happened, it will happen at the next meeting. So if you do the third Thursday, then put those items on that next council agenda. That gives you 5 days between the presentation and the actual action. Whereas if we did it the second, you have to wait 2 weeks before it's on the agenda. It doesn't really, it's just a few days difference or a week difference, but that was my thinking with it. I'm really okay with whatever.
And what about also making it virtual? So that way, if someone can't physically be here, they can log on to, Zoom or Teams or something like that and watch it that way.
Ask the
There
attorney.
are, state restrictions around elected officials participating virtually.
But there's
that
no
I'm not
voting
the
going
expert
on. There's no voting going on. This is just receiving information, right? What do you think, Paul?
You can get back with us.
Because like during, COVID, remember Abbott was said we could do the, Zoom stuff?
There were multiple state rules and suspensions of rules to accommodate for that. And in this case, we're kind of back to the usual, making sure the public's aware, having the announcements and posting
Well,
everything.
because I kind of look at this as an extension of receiving our packet. Because let's say if our packet had a PowerPoint in it, well, that's a presentation. You know what I mean? And this is just it's basically just seeing a presentation. That's it,
If council would like us to explore the option of virtual, Ms. Simics and Mr. Winland will look into what those state laws are.
Okay, thank you.
And tell you under what circumstance such a meeting could be held, virtual.
It's difficult to control you see a presentation with a lot of information and you have immediately a bunch of questions. So it's hard to say, just listen and receive the information. But we certainly look into the exact rules.
Yes.
Thank you.
We can do that
Okay.
and get that to you.
Okay, so we'll set that aside as far as receiving that recommendation, as far as if it's legal. But the timing, is that good? Is that your motion?
I didn't make a motion. I think that was just kind of a throw it out there thing. I guess it would be contingent on
But
if
you're
we
not
can
good
meet
with that.
virtual, what time it would be at, so. I don't think we can probably meet virtual. My only major contribution that I'd really like to be considered is not more than once a month. Please.
Okay, so does
Is
someone want to
council
make a
in
motion on
agreement
this?
on not more than once a month?
For the presentations, yes.
For these workshop meetings? I'm,
We can't do third Thursday because that's EDC.
That's just one of the things on the calendar, on my calendar.
Do we have a motion, or do you want to table this and think about it later?
yeah.
Table it. So someone make a motion to table then.
I make a motion to table.
Okay. So we got a motion to table by Councilwoman Cunningham, a second by Councilwoman Roberts. Vote, please. Okay.
Yeah, and
Motion carries.
I'm going to
7-0.
use the same packet. It'll be on June 10th. Thank you.
Thanks, Mr. Reed. Okay, next up is P, discussion from council members that have attended seminars, events, or meetings. We'll start with Joel.
Thank you, Mayor. Had a MPO meeting. I went to Commissioner's Court this morning. Had the Armed Forces Day Parade in Live Oak. Went to the Miss Cibolo's pageant last Sunday. It was good. because I know that they came up and invited us. This past weekend, went to the historic, the gentleman that came in and invited us to that, attended that. That's about it I can think of.
Just been to CRWA, our Canyon Regional Water Authority meetings. We were at the TechStar Chamber meeting where they talked about all that fun TechStar stuff. And the Memorial Day ceremony that Shirts held, that was a very nice ceremony, very respectful. So.
I was able to attend the BioWorks ribbon cutting here at Buffalo Heights. That was really neat. It's similar to iCryo in that they have, not a lot of good health and wellness, cryo chambers, IV boosters, and so forth. Also, Salata, the next day, went to the grand opening. That was a huge hit. The door was left open for over an hour as people were just,
wow.
Yes, it was amazing. I had asked them if they had ever had a location to have had such a successful ribbon cutting, and they said never. That they were really overwhelmed with the amount of response that everyone had in our community. So they were very excited about that. I remember the marketing person, she was holding the door open nearly the whole entire time. So that was really cool. So if you haven't checked that out, that's great to go. Also was able to make it to the Miss Cibolo crowning and sashing. And that was a great experience just as well. A big shout out to all of them. Two of them, Miss Freedom and Junior Miss Freedom, came out to the Memorial Day ceremony just as well as yesterday. So it's great to see them out and about already representing Miss Cibolo. Danetta and I also held a bingo last Friday for the Senior Center, so that was lots of fun, where also we had Mr. Reed and Mr. Huggins go in and discuss the Senior Center and the construction and all that with the Noble Center and so forth. Also, the chamber luncheon was great in that we were able to linger around and discuss a little bit further about the 1103 issues. And we got a date of estimated completion of January 15th of 2031. Not a good date to kind of hear. And so we just need to help businesses on 1103. Hopefully that our city staff, our EDC, that we can help promote them in any which way we can, just the same way we did for the other businesses that were on I-10 that were impacted by the construction. So we need to look out for our businesses that are on 1103 just as well. I know the manager for the Shell station, he'd mentioned, the proposed projections on sales were down because of the construction. Also was able to go to the Cibolo Cemetery presentation that we were invited to not too long ago. And that was fascinating, just seeing slides on the history of Shirts and Cibolo combined. And just seeing the cotton fields, just hundreds of acres of cotton fields, and just realizing the commerce back in the day that existed in this area was just very insightful. That's all I have.
Katie?
I had an event with another group that I'm in, but River City Produce was there, and it was a thing at a senior center in San Antonio. But River City Produce comes out to the senior center and they do a presentation on food. This presentation was on cauliflower and how to incorporate it into lots of different things. And then as a result of that, every person who attends gets a box of food. So it's kind of like a food bank situation where they coordinate with the food bank. And then River City Produce sets up a little mini farmer's market. And so like tomatoes were 33 cents. It was very inexpensive. And I spoke with Jamie, who leads that program, and she's very, very, very interested in coming to Cibolo and partnering with our senior center. And so I'll pass on her information to Stephanie and to Julio, whoever else needs to get it. But that sounded like a really good opportunity. And I think once we move to Noble, the event center, it will be even better because it did take up quite a bit of space. And I don't know if the Grange would have enough space for everything that she brings because it's pallets of food. I spoke when we talked about the Cibolo Summer Nights and the Cibolo Market Days at the last meeting. I reached out to one of the people I know who runs one of the Cibolo markets, and she is very interested in working with the city and kind of maybe shifting some of that away from the city doing it to her or to another group, kind of managing that so we don't lose the market that we have, but kind of take that burden off of the city running two separate events. So I'll also pass on her information to you. I met with some residents and some potential developers. One of the residents, I believe, is working with the planning department right now on an issue that they're having with zoning that all boils down to when we administratively rezoned and annexed people into the city, and the zoning doesn't match. So the other one is a potential developer who would want to annex into the city. And so that, they had questions about that. And so I told them some of the challenges about the location that they proposed, but I know that they said that they were working hand in hand with the planning department, but I'm kind of excited about that proposal. Anytime someone wants to come into the city, that's fantastic news for us. So overall, very excited about the prospects of people who are coming to the city, what they're saying they're getting from our staff, the information that they're getting, and things like that. So it's all been very positive communication the past few weeks, which is very nice.
Yeah, we'll get it done. Councilman Mahoney. Roberts. Jeff.
Just one quick thing, Mr. Reed, Mr. Huggins, if you could extend my gratitude again to the team over at Station 1. Did a quick drop by the other day. Mr. Hillhouse was very accommodating to give me an unscheduled tour, so I appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. All right, on to agenda item. Interest of time, yeah, we'll keep moving. Yes. What about it? Went well. Met with like about 30 different companies. So, went good. And then I had the Memorial Day thing. So, that's it for me. All right, on to P, discussion, well, I'm sorry, Q, discussion on items the city council would like to see on future agendas. And we'll start with Jeff. Pass. Okay, so we'll just send them to Peggy. Our discussion action on the review and confirmation of all upcoming special meetings and workshops and scheduling the time, date, and place of additional special meetings or workshops. Peggy.
Just a reminder for tomorrow's meeting, and then we're going to send you an update on June's calendar. Because there's a couple changes on it. Make sure that you know about the meeting at 6 o'clock on the 10th prior to the regular council meeting, and a couple minor changes. So you'll get a new June calendar before the end of the week.
A new June calendar?
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Peggy. All right, moving on to executive session. City Council will meet in executive session as authorized by the Texas Government Code, Section 551.071, consultation with attorney to discuss the following. A, Zunker litigation settlement offer. B, city attorney's employment, evaluation duties, discipline, or dismissal, and or address an RFP for legal services and or appointment of an interim or new city attorney. And C, discussion on the Grand Prairie versus State of Texas lawsuit. The time is now 10:05 p.m. We'll break in executive session. Thank you. All right, we are resuming from executive session. The time is 10:47 p.m. As far as our executive items, no action taken. I'm going to call for a motion to adjourn.
I make a motion. Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none, we are adjourned.